Hey there, this is stream 242. My apologies for starting a little bit late, but yeah, I'm slightly addicted to Twitch, so when I'm not streaming or doing work, I guess, a lot of times I'm watching other streamers, and sometimes I end up spending too long in a stream. Hey there, A Squared, and Nui, by the way, who said hi before the stream started. Yeah, I was watching Soding, who raided me the other day, and I definitely recommend checking out his stream. He is right now working with Haskell, trying to get the PHP logo printed in Braille. And I'm like, whoa, that's pretty cool. And so yeah, spent a little bit too much time having fun there, and like, oh, I gotta do my stream now, and I only have 5 minutes. Well, not enough time, so I guess I won't stress about starting on time. I'll just accept the fact that I failed, and I'll be late today, and that's what happened. So I'm hoping to get back to the schedule I had tried to set in the previous weeks, where I dedicate a different weekday to a different kind of task. But right now I'm kind of in the middle of a pretty long task, which is the lighting and vision systems in my game. So this is the point we're at right now, where in a dark area with other lights, the areas lit by the lights and also near our own character are visible, unless there are barriers in the way. So for example, if I stand here, we can see areas that are lit by that light, but we can't see the light itself. And as we move around, we can see, oh yeah, there's the light, right? And if we step outside the light's radius, we can see a little bit of what's not illuminated because of so-called ambient light. That's what we're up to right now. Hey, hello, 715209 and multiple pixels. How are you guys doing? So this has taken me multiple days. I think I first started this, yeah, back at the end of July. And then have worked in the last 2 days on it as well. So this would be, what, day 4 of doing the lighting system? Hey there, Lazy Guru and Pro Sam. Nice to see everybody here. I hope you're having an awesome day. So it's going to be more of the same that I was doing yesterday, working on this lighting system. I'm assuming that's lit because there's the light source around the corner that I'm not seeing. Yep, there it is. Yeah, so I made this little test area just for this purpose, to have like little weird corners and light sources around the corner so that we can like see things in the distance that are lit and wonder, hey, wonder why I can see that, right? Like, why is that one lit? That one's lit because it's at the top. Is it the same light source? Yeah, it happens to be at the top of that one. I wonder if I should put one up here somewhere. What if I do this? This would be fun. Let's put like one at the end of a short hallway. Like that, and then take this and duplicate it up there. Hey, look at that. It's like, whoa, what's that light coming from? You go over there, and it's like, oh, there's a light there in the corner. So the what I'm going to work on mostly today will be handling when things move and change. For example, let's say I'm standing right in front of that light that I just made, and I decide to put a wall in the way. I shouldn't be able to see the light anymore right now, and it's not until I actually move that it actually updates. And I think also there's the other problem that where if I move away, oh no, okay, it does update the light. That's interesting. I thought I would have the bug where the light that the light emitted from there would still show up there even with the wall in the way, but apparently that's not a problem. Interesting. I wonder if I'm redundantly calculating those light maps when I shouldn't be. I'm probably doing that by mistake. Anyway, things should update as soon as they change in the world. It should update the camera, and it's not. Also, when barriers, when light sources move, it's a problem. For example, let's close off that area so it's not distracting, and we'll focus on this light source here. Let's say I move that a couple squares up. So I have it selected here, right? If I move it, let's just move it 4 squares up, right? So I moved it. There's one bug where it doesn't actually show the light anymore, but the more worrying thing for me right now is that it didn't recalculate the light map until I move. So it needs to happen as soon as the thing moves, because your character might be standing still and things will move. Shadows might be cast differently, and you want it to update as they move, not when you move. Yeah. Okay. So maybe to get started today, I'll work on the simpler bug that I found, which is that if I just move that light one square, it vanishes. See, we can't even see it anymore. So I don't know why that's happening. If I refresh, it will come back. I think this is happening because I have to do this. Hold on a second. 8084. Yeah, so this happens because I'm using a self-signed certificate. Yeah, okay. So, anyway, it came back when we refreshed, right? So let me inspect the network connection. What's that, A squared? What's the feels bad man for? Oh, the fact that there's a bug? Okay, so the when I move the tile, I think the bug will be that it tells me that the sprite's been removed, but it's not been removed, it's simply been moved, not removed. I need to find out why, and I think I'll do that with the unit test. Where in my test framework? Here it is. Something that moves, right? Actually, let's just take this test and make a new one based off of it. This illuminated tiles map is for something that I'll use in a little bit later. Okay, what to name it though? Light moved. Light not removed when moved. Essentially. What will I do? Not have any ambient light to confuse things. Although I wonder if that's in play here. No, it's outside our ambient light anyway. Our ambient light is only 2 squares away, so the light is like right outside of it. Hey there, Romania. Hey, I'm doing well. How are you? I think I only need one kind of tile, right? And we'll call this, we'll have to give it a light parameter of some kind. Doesn't matter what I set. We'll use 2. And then this, instead of ground, this is the light. So we'll place it a little ways away. In fact, you know what? I'm going to have the ambient light be the same as so in order to reproduce the bug in a similar way. Put it at 3, 0, move it to 3, -1, and it will suddenly disappear, and we'll try to figure out why. So we don't need a wall. We're creating a camera at 0, 0. In the same zone, yes. And then we're going to move the light to 3 by -1. And we're going to expect that we'll get a sprite moved, I think. And well, instead, it'll be sprite removed, which is the bug. Move sprite, not sprite moved. Move sprite ID X and Y. So ID will be light. X and Y will be 3, -1. Because the camera's at 0, 0, I don't have to worry about coordinate space changes here. Eating some grapes, pretty cheap around this period. That's good. What kind of grapes? The so-called white grapes, which are really green, or the purple ones? I like the white/green ones better, or red. Yes, red/purple, or yeah. I like the other ones better. The red grapes have the pits in them, right? Yeah, why do they call them white grapes when they're really green? Is it that the wine that you get out of them is white wine? I'm the kind of person that asks stupid questions like that all the time. Like, why do we call it uh, white wine when it's usually yellow? I guess white wine can be white, but or no, it's not white, it's clear. Why is it white wine when it's actually clear or yellowish? I ask stupid questions like that to get on everyone's nerves. They turn yellow if you let them. Oh, if like you let them ferment in a certain way. Okay, let's run. Okay, run this unit test. I gotta pop up Test Explorer. And wait for it. Okay, there we go. Exactly. It's saying it's removed when it should be a move. So now we get to find out why. I'm gonna put a breakpoint on the remove sprite and try to find out why we get there. Here, and then just run the test. Debug. Oh, if you don't pick them up early, I see. White grapes turn yellow, you can barely eat them because they're full of sugar and almost no juice. Oh, okay. See, I wouldn't know because I know nothing about growing grapes. Yeah, how can wine be dry if it's a liquid? Or the one my son likes to ask is water wet? Yeah, some people will say it's not. Why is water not wet? It's like we're really fighting with the definitions of words. Okay. We got to here somehow, which meant that we could see it before and cannot see it now. Oh, well that's the problem. It's only looking at the ambient light and it should be calling the is visible. That's the problem. I'm surprised that I left that in there. So I even have a bookmark there. I guess I got distracted yesterday and never got back to it. I have an isVisible function I'm supposed to be using there. Yeah, so let's use that. I think it's this construct because if we're in the default zone, then we don't actually keep the new light maps for the default zone anymore. I'm trying to phase out the new zone. Put a bookmark there and go back. Okay. If it's the default zone, this means it's in the same zone. So, hold on. Yeah, we don't want to see things that are in different zones, do we? The code would go here, but I'm wondering if this one is this right here. And this is just camera second. Right? And then the position it's in world coordinates, right? So that would be X and Y. Let me make sure it's in world coordinates. Declaration, please. I don't say it here. I should say it. I believe it is. So let me put that in here. This is the horizontal world coordinate. So then it would be X and Y because those are world coordinates, right? Not view coordinates. And then what's that last parameter? Visible quadrants. Oh. We have to actually find it in the camera vision map. Where do I do that? Right here. And it could be the end, right? So it's okay. The code is a little bit more complicated. I wonder if I should take that and put it into its own function. Probably when I get this working and then I refactor, I'll do that. So step to see if we can see it is to get the vision entry. So that's camera second, vision find X and Y. If the vision entry is camera second, vision end. Oh, yeah. This is complicated, isn't it? It would be and not equal to and default zone or actually that's this code down here, isn't it? Such a mess my code is. So there, right? And we don't need that. And this is vision entry second arrow, right? And then indent one more level? That's horrible. Never ever write code like this. And then why is it squiggly? Is visible is undefined. Oh shoot. It's because this is an anonymous function, isn't it? And this is not an anonymous function, is it? Okay. That means I gotta promote this announce sprite update to cameras like outside of this anonymous namespace. Why is snow yellow? Don't ask that question. You think that's why your factoring was invented in the first place? Was to not write horrible code? Eh? See, I shouldn't have made these anonymous namespace functions to begin with, shouldn't I? Right? I should have from the start had them defined in here. Did I have any of the other announce functions in here? Don't think so. Oh, there's the make initial feedback, make other shit. Okay, so perhaps right here then. Making horrible code acceptable? It's acceptable because, oh, we'll refactor it later, right? I think the only argument I can get rid of, actually there's two of them. I don't need cameras and feedback delegate are in the class already, so I don't need to pass them anymore. I just need to bite the bullet and document the damn thing. Because I didn't even bother to document it here. That's how bad I am. Announce sprite update to camera. So what exactly is this function doing? This is going through all cameras. And what is it doing with them? What's this X and Y? Oh, for a given position in the world, look through all cameras and see if a sprite needs to be moved or removed, right? Or added. Added, changed, or removed for that spot. Okay, that's what I'm going to say. For the given position in the world, essentially this ends up making a call, right? Yeah, it makes a feedback call. For the given position in the world, determine for the given position in the world and for every camera, determine if the camera needs to be told about any sprites being added, moved into, or removed. It's sprites that are on that spot, right? Suppose to refactor some piece of code in a shared library for almost 2 months now? Oh, you're supposed to. Well, I think we're all guilty of that at some point. I'm supposed to refactor stuff from years ago. I just never got to it. Because I'm bad, I guess. Let's see. Where do we get this entity? Oh, the entity is given to us. Okay, so for the given entity, well, hold on. Where is this actually called? Is this when the entity was there before? It's only called from one place? Update tile for cameras? That means that's going to have to be moved too. Where is that called from? From there. Okay. Oh, that's if the tile is, we know it's moved or added or removed. Okay. For the given entity whose tile has been added, changed, or removed, determine, oh, and for every camera. Well, for the given entity whose tile has been added, changed, or removed, determine which cameras need to be notified and what exactly to tell those cameras. Was the sprite added, moved, changed, or removed? Okay. They just assign more work to you, so you never have time to spend 1 hour to refactor it. That was my experience of my last job. We would try to push back on management to say, give us a few weeks to clean up the code that we wrote for that last demo. And they'd say, well, you can have 1 day because we really need to have you work on the next demo. It's like, well, we'll never get it cleaned up. And it ultimately, after a couple of years, we got to where the code was so horribly messed up that we just told them we can't add the next thing for the next demo because the code is just way too complicated and we can't add anything more. It just will take way too long. You need to let us refactor it or redesign it. At that point, it was like we need to scrap it and start a whole new one because it would take less time to make it from scratch for the next demo than it would be to surgically add the new feature you want with into the demo where you're not, the 9/10 of what's already there you're not going to care about anymore. Components entity. This is the entity whose tile was added, changed, or removed. And then what else? Tile. All right, it's the tile and the position of the of that entity. This is the tile component of the entity whose tile was added, changed, or removed. Exactly. And the position. This is the pos component of the entity whose tile was changed, added, or removed. X, Y, and Z. I'm gonna want to know new cameras. Well, it's none of these, so let's just wipe everything. Let me make sure I understand this. Why am I doing that and passing it if I'm passing the position anyway? Is there a reason why I'm doing that? Or am I just being silly? I think I'm just being silly. So what if we just not do that? And we take that, and we go into here, and we just compute the damn thing. Like that. What about the z coordinate? It's also something we don't need to pass in. Actually, those two we don't need to pass in. I have no idea why I did it that way. Maybe it originally didn't take the position component, and then I figure, oh, I need it anyway. So that's a const auto z equals, and this is default zone. That makes it easier. I don't need to pass x, y. And then we said we don't need cameras or feedback delegate. I just need new cameras. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. New cameras. I'm sure I've documented that before. Yeah. These identify the cameras which are new and thus do not require change messages at this point. Okay, so I'm going to end up then moving the body down, basically near update old camera views. Right here. And then it's part of this class now. You are part of us now. Don't know why we're getting a red squiggly there. I'm gonna guess that it's just IntelliSense is confused. Anyway, we're calling it from this, which also needs to be promoted now. I'll put that underneath this one. So let's make the order consistent. And we don't need to pass cameras or feedback delegates. There we go. And so this is more general, right? We don't know if it's updated, right? It might just been removed. For the given entity whose tile... Actually, What is the difference between update tile for cameras and announce sprite update to cameras? It's just extra check in front, right? Then why did I make that its own function? I think this is a partial refactoring where I plan to make this this one function and this a second function and then a third which calls the first two. It gets here if this is not true. Okay, so this is if the tile or position was removed. Then it's definitely a removal. Okay, so we can change the wording here. For a given entity whose tile has been added or changed. And this is added, changed, or removed. That's the difference. And we don't know of the tile or position components. It's just that. And then, actually I can get rid of this prefix now, right? And I believe I can get rid of that prefix as well. Because we're within the scope of that class now. Make it a little bit easier to read. And then this, we remove that and that. Change the order of that. Copy the whole thing out. Put it down where update old camera views is, so right there, and then put it into the class. And then I decided, yeah, we don't need that or that, right? And then where that's called, we'll have to make a few changes. It's components first, then entity. No need to pass cameras or feedback delegate. All right, building it. See what mistakes I made. Cannot convert argument to on line 886. It thinks it should be an int. Okay, it's a zone entity. Did I just mess that up? Yeah, why did I put camera second there? That should be the zone the camera's in. That would be Z, right? Okay, that was it. So that should, hopefully that should fix the test that I just wrote. Right here. If it doesn't, I'll be sad. And then I'll QQ. And Bible thump. And maybe some baby rage. Come on, you can build, Linker. I believe in you. Yay. Okay, run. Yay, I don't have to baby rage. This is all good. Rendering. Still failing that one. I wrote that test, but I didn't write the code for it yet. That's fine. We'll handle that later. Anyway, that should fix the bug I'm seeing with the light when it gets moved. So let me test that out. Stop server. Please run it again. So I should be able to move a light and the light won't vanish. The light map still won't be redrawn correctly. I need to find out why it's being redrawn when we move the camera, though. I'm worried that, like, whenever the camera is moving, we're just, like, clearing the whole cache. So that means I probably have a bug in the way I do that. Oh, yeah, so GM view is host now, right? Yep, so I need to do, on this one, I need to do a local host 8084 HTTPS and say, sure, you can use that self-signed certificate. And then it will connect. There we go. All right. So here's the light. We can see it there, and then we move it one square up. It didn't vanish. Move it up to there, or there. Interesting that it shows up even though it's beyond our range. See that? But when I move it one, oh no, it still puts it out there. So wait a minute. When it was there, now it's gone. Interesting. Now it's there. Now it's there again. Now it's gone. Let's put these side by side so I can see the thing. Let's put that window there and this window like right there. There. Huh. Well, there it vanished. There it appeared again. Well, that's weird. Sometimes it vanishes and sometimes it doesn't. That's really strange behavior. Why would that happen? It's just random, I think. And they're vanished. Huh. I think I might know why. I think it's moving. I think its own light map calculation is lagged by 1. Yeah. I think it has to do with the fact that the light map is being recalculated when it shouldn't be. Like, when I move the light and then I move my camera, it shouldn't pop like that. Let me look at the code and see why it might be popping like that. Light by zone entry, right? Lights by zone. Okay, when do we do this? Oh. I never set that flag. We need to set that flag to true, otherwise it's going to be done once a second. Thank you for that follow, by the way. I appreciate it. Same as green enemies. It's more like that I forgot to set this flag, so it's constantly recomputing the light maps every second, basically, because that's the period of this time set polling period in seconds is 1. So it was just constantly rebuilding the light maps every second. And whether or not that light was in its own light map, you know, depended on me racing it, I guess. Interesting. Hmm. That time I stopped the orchestrator and it didn't print out that it was stopping the servers. But it did because when it started up again, it had to launch them again. Those green slimes that we were seeing in that other zone, is that what you mean by the green enemies? These popping in and out, that was due to another bug that we fixed. That shouldn't happen anymore. Okay, so there's the light, and if we pick it up, move it. Yeah, so it moves, but the light maps are not recalculated. So it's not popping the light map when we move now, right? Yeah, it's just not recalculating them ever. And probably unless I refresh. If I refresh, oh wait a minute, no. It's if the server restarts. So these are locked for all time now. And that's what I expected, because that's the work I haven't yet done, is determining when to recalculate these maps. Not every second, because that'd be a stupid waste of time. We need to do it in a more intelligent way. Okay, so this was the bug right here. Fix bug where light maps are rebuilt every second. And this is the fix to this was kind of hard to see because we moved the function around, but it's using the isVisible flag when we're updating a sprite. So fix bug in visibility test of moved sprite, or changed, you know, I guess changed is, actually it would be added, changed, removed sprite. No, removed is different. It would just be add or changed. Yeah. I am mincing words, I know. Okay, so what am I doing next? Actually, this skipping is an optimization step. Let me do that last. Okay, so we're already doing this, but we're not doing these things. Removing the light map if the light is removed. Recomputing it if the light source changes or moves, or recomputing it if a tile that blocks the light moves in and out of any lighted position. So the lighted positions we know. So whenever something moves, what you can see is if its old and new positions are in any light maps, and if they are, we need to recompute those light maps, right? And we should only do it once in the rendering system cycle. So we should probably collect a set of lights that need to be recomputed, right? And then recompute them all, right? So I had made this unit test to look at the illuminated tiles map, but I didn't make one for the this other map that I have. So maybe I'll do that first. This one up here, lights by zone and lights by entity. This one I care mostly about, and mostly I just care to get this inner map out, right? So what if I make a method that says get light map for an entity, and I make that a method on components that we can call. So let me take a copy of this test and call it get light map. Get light map. So making a zone, making what am I making here? A light and a wall of some kind, and Oh, I had two walls. Oh, I remember this. I remember this setup that I made. That there's a light. There are two lights. So I can make it simpler. I can just have one light. Get rid of light number 2. So light 1 is just light, and then there's no light 2. And then where was this first light? At 2, 0? Right, between the two walls. So wall 1 is to the left and wall 2 is to the right, and the light is in the middle. And then we're going to have get light map for the light. And the light map is going to be oh, didn't I have a type def for that? I don't. Shouldn't I? I use that in a bunch of places. Yeah, I should. Hey there, I'm playing with Skizzers. How are you doing? I should just have a type def for this. I use it in too many places. I use it in 11 places. My nose is... Outside of my nose is itchy today. I promise I'm not picking my nose. I'm just scratching it, as they said in the Monty Python movie. Okay. Defining this type where would be a good idea to do that? Probably the public interface. That's here. Camera, I can do it any of these places I do using, right? This would probably be a good place. Light map. There we go. Kind of annoyed at the fact that the library that you're using as has a property set as private instead of protected, so you can't repurpose it. Yeah. So the separation, well, what's the right word? They violated the reuse release equivalency principle. You want to reuse it, but you can't. Seinfeld Scratch versus Pickup. No, I was thinking of the Life of Brian Monty Python movie, where Brian's mom says, "Stop picking your nose," and Brian says, "I'm just scratching it." Don't pick your nose. So what exactly is a light map? This is a collection of quadrant bit masks for positions and is typically representative of how a light illuminates tiles in the game. Collection is your new trigger word. Why is collection a trigger word, playing with Skizzers? Has it been abused in the library that you're using? I'm trying to use it in a fairly painless is probably not the right word. I'm trying to use it delicately to just say it's an object that holds on to 0 or more other objects. Oh, the library is for collections, like types of collections. Well, that's what these are, right? These are types of collections. There are these are key value ones. This is just keys, and yeah. Sorry. Hopefully my collections are not as gross as the ones you're having to deal with. We can use this type now, right? So we can say that these are both light maps. Sure. Illumine returns a light map. And again, this returns a light map. The light map there, yes. Actually, can I just hit Control D twice? Yeah. And same thing here, right? I can just select that and Control D twice. Paste. Nice. They aren't open for extension. Open for extension is hard to do. Actually, so is reuse or release equivalency, because you have to be forward thinking enough to consider how will the code I'm writing be used in different ways other than my current design. So the more generic something is, the easier it is to do that, right? But the more specific, like this is for a game, it's hard for me to think how I might reuse this particular system of my game for anything else. Get light map is not a member of components. It is not, that's true. I agree with you, compiler. And this should be light map. And I believe it's just this, right? One of these. Wait. I think I'm wrong about that. Map of positions to ints. So that is not what it is. Go back to where I was editing. It's kind of like that. Let's see if I can get this down to what it should be. Oh no, it's this inside out. It's we got rid of light 2 and we just have light. And these are the things illuminated, and this is the light's position, and these are the quadrants. Simple wrapper around an array. Yeah, because an array can be used in various ways. You can use an array as a stack, or as a first in, first out, what we like to call FIFO, or you might use it as a hash table. Lots of things you can use an array for, right? So I can imagine a wrapper would be customizing an array for different purposes. Light map is what exactly again? Map from position to integer. So these positions go here. And it's just the what's lit. Okay, so then reducing it down, it's just that. And then it's 305. That's the light map for light 1. Okay, so get light map. I actually thought I made a definition, but I guess I didn't. Hey there, Mr. Love Pickle and Meme Clear Bombs. Actually, Meme Clear Bombs, did you just get here? Yeah, he did just get here. What's lit? What's lit is my dungeon. But I have a problem right now where when I move a light, like this one, the light map didn't move with it, so that's what I'm working on right now. But my dungeon's getting lit. You are always here, you never leave? You never leave! I never leave! Okay, let me find the right place for this. It was in here, right? And I was like scolding myself for making test-only methods. It's a code smell that I need to do better separation of concerns. I'll do that when I refactor. Ha ha ha. Get light map int entity. And I guess we're doing, we're just providing read-only access, right? So we don't want to make a copy. Yeah. Provide read-only access to the, oh, thank you for that follow, by the way. Provide read-only access to the information about what quadrants of what tiles are currently lit by the given entity. Entity. And just, this is sort of cheating, but that's what I do with the style comments that I do. Alright, and then we will go define the thing. It's a really simple one, it's just a wrapper. I didn't even bother getting the mutex when I do that, because we're providing read-only access, right? And then because that is only defined within the scope of that, I could do that, but I like to cheat and do auto and put it on the right side. Then I don't have to say components : twice. Return impl light map lights by entity. And we will hope that it does not create a new one. It shouldn't, because we're only using it for testing, where we know there should be a light map, right? Build the thing. So this should work, and then the next test would be that when we move the light map should update. So run it. It should. Hopefully it'll pass already. No, it doesn't. Oh, it's including everything the light reaches, even into the void. The ones that we cared about are in there, though, right? It's just these are all the other places that are reachable from the light. Do I bother putting them in? I guess so. Yeah, it's not too much work. So if the light is at 2, 0, right? So it'll go up to 1, -1. One -1 if I could just type. And it's 10 because it's only reaching the number of quadrants I put, right? 1. Is that right? It would be 10? And then what about 0, -1? I mean, 2, -1, I mean. Yeah, 15. And then 3, -1 is 5. It's 1 plus 4. I think I need the help of my virtual graph paper again. I didn't really like the one I used yesterday. Maybe there's a different one. That's the one I used yesterday, right? What's the different one? Let's try this one. I have no idea what I'm doing. That didn't seem to do anything. How about this one? Okay. That didn't really work. No. Free printable. That's just printing it, right? Oh, wait a minute. There's something there. Virtual. Is that the one I was trying yesterday? Yeah, that's the one I was trying yesterday. It's okay, but... Is that seriously the only one that's online that I wouldn't have to print out? How about this one? No, thank you. One that doesn't have lots and lots of ads. How about this one? Oh. This is like the same thing, only much bigger. Right? Actually does less. What about this one? That one's not going anywhere. Okay, forget it. We'll just go back to this one. I'll erase everything. Now what am I doing? I am trying to figure out if... There's our light source. And we had 2 walls there. Actually, let me double it up. There's our light source. And we had walls here. This is basically saying we illuminated, this is at 2, and that's 1, and that's 3. And this is vertical coordinates 0, -1, and 1. 1, -1 is up here, and it's basically saying we're illuminating 10, which is 2 plus 8, right? So, what's a... How about just O's for illuminations? And then 2 -1 is 15, so that's all 4. And then 3 -1 is 5, so that's 1 plus 4. 1, 0 is 10. Oh, I did that wrong. Surprisingly hard to type Shift-O with your left hand. 3 and -1. No. 2, 0 is 15. Yeah, the whole thing is lit. The light source itself lights itself, basically. And that's 5. That's 1 plus 4. 1, 1 is... That's interesting. So it's this pattern exactly? Why would it be that? It's not lighting there. Why? And why is it lighting up here? Why is it lighting that? Is it going to propagating 2 steps? Well, then why didn't it light up here? That's 3, -1. Why did 1 plus 5? Yeah, why isn't it 7 instead of... That doesn't make sense to me. I don't understand. I should step through my own code and find out why. So, light is 1. Rendering system. Down. Actually, it's not. Is it going to be the rendering system? Or did I have it in the tileset system for some weird reason? I did, didn't I? Oh, I remember why. I thought it would be a good idea to do it right after the tilesets are cached. Anyway, it's going to call a lumen, right? It's okay. So it's going to take the light, which is 1, and multiply it by 2, so it'll be 2. And that's range, so range of 2 quadrants. Wowie, look who's here. It's Ramy. How are you doing, Ramy? So it should have spread out 2 tiles. Did I do this wrong? Why did it not? I expected it to hit there and there as well. And here and here. Why didn't it hit those spots where there's X? It's funny, they have an undo, but they don't have a redo. I'm okay, Ramy. I'm just trying to figure out why I'm getting this illumination pattern with a light here and 2 barriers. This one should propagate to the right unless I totally screwed up my own code. Which is possible. Yeah, where does it go right? If it's along the diagonal. Oh wait, but it won't be. It's off by 1. Oh. Interesting. Oh, wait a minute. Less than or equal to. So here, if this is in tile coordinates, that's 0, 1, 2, -1, 2, -1. So 1 is less than or equal to 2, right? So it should propagate to the right. For some reason, it doesn't. I'm wondering if it has something to do with the barriers I put in there. Let me get rid of the walls for a second. See what it looks like without walls. Got a performance review at work out of nowhere? Uh-oh. That reminds me of Office Space. Monka S. Okay, so the maps are different if there are no barriers. So that barrier is blocking something. 14 would be what? It would be like a 0 here, right? And then 13, yeah, that's what I was... 13 is 8 plus 5, which is 4 plus 1. Yeah, it would be like that. So that barrier here is blocking propagation from here to here for some reason. Indeed. I guess I'll have to step through it and find out why. And I really don't want to, though. But I'll do it. I'll do it for the sake of science. I'm thinking about leaving, so it may not be a big thing or a bit thing. May not be a big thing, right? Well, we'll see. Maybe they'll tell you, you're doing so well, and we get the sense that you might want to leave. So here's a huge raise and promotion. Please stay. You never know. It could be. Could be they really want you to stay. Okay, we'll just put a breakpoint here and then step through this thing. Could be, you know, stay positive. Pay is one of the reasons. Maybe they're raising the pay. Who knows? Edge position 0, 0. I don't care about 0, 0. Do I? I really care about like 1, -1. Or -1, -1. So I'm going to go until it hits -1, -1. There we go. Wait a minute. Is that what it is? It thinks it's beyond the range of 2 quadrants? I suppose technically it is, right? It's like slightly more than 2. It's because of this subtracting. The subtracting of a half is meant to do what? Actually, I don't know why I'm subtracting a half. Shouldn't I be subtracting or adding 1 or something? Let me think about this. -1, 0, 1, 2. I think I should be... Oh no, I wanted to subtract... I wanted to put the center between 0 and 1, so 0.5. So it's the distance from 0.5 and 0.5. So the center here is a little bit more. Yeah, okay. Oh, and if there's no barrier here, it propagates from here up to here. Okay, that makes sense. So it's just the range. The range is too short. Yeah. Yeah, okay, and that makes sense to me now. If there was no barrier here, it would illuminate only 4 more. And only because these 2 here are within the range of 2, so it goes 1 more up left, 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 and down left. But since the barrier is there, it stops there. Okay, so that's fine. I can accept that. That's just what it is. The light is dim. Let's just fill in the rest of the light map then. -1. What was the center again? So it's not -1, it's just 1. -1. And that was 10. Then 2 and 3, right? That was 15, and 1 plus 4 is 5. And then those 2, and then the 3 at the bottom. And those would be 5, 15, and 10. That's the light map when you have 2 barriers to the left and the right. Run. Okay, I did something wrong in my math. Aha. I'm off by 1 somewhere here. Oh, it's not including itself. It's got to include itself. Okay. Nope, still wrong. 1, 1 is 5 instead of 10. 1, 1. Oh, 5. No, that should... Wait a minute. One, 1 should be 10. Oh, well, yeah, 1, 1 should be 10. See, I'm not a math guy. I have trouble just like mapping. So my coordinate system basically is within one tile. The quadrants are it's using a bit mask. So this is 1, 2, 4, 8. So this pattern right here is 10, and this pattern here is 5, and that's 15. That's again 10 and 5 down there. Cool. All right. So get light map, and then we're going to have another test if the light moves. Get light map updated when light moved. So where are we gonna move the light? I say we move it up to here. Then what would I expect the projection to be? I guess I should just do that in another area down here. So if we have two barriers here, and we move the light to here, it's going to illuminate itself, and then it's going to project 2 out, so it'll go out to here in the first step. And then it'll go 1 more. But it won't go to here because it's blocked. Go to here though. So that's the pattern I should expect, right? Oh wait a minute, no, none. These are no. Not there, and not there. That's what I expect, right? It won't propagate from here because it's too far away. So it won't get to here, but it'll reach all of these spots. Okay. So again, the act will be to move it and then update it again and then get the light map. So components set. Actually, I can just take this and make it a set instead of a create, right? Set entity component type. And then put it to -1. And then the coordinates here are all, that's 0, minus, come on, -1, -2, 1, 2, 3. So everything gets shifted up by 1. So all of these become -2s. These all become 1s. I mean -1s, right? And these all become 0s. And then the corners get filled in. So instead of 15, instead of 10, it's 14, right? And on the right, it's 1 plus 4 plus 8, which is 13. And then it's 15 on the left and right. And the bottom left, it's, yeah, again, 15 minus 4 is 11. 15 minus 8 is 7. That's what I should expect if it was calculated correctly. Need a special side project to generate these coordinates to make the test vectors, maybe. Hopefully I never need to change them though. All right, so this is the problem, right? the light map didn't change, so those will match what they used to be. And they aren't recalculated. So where we calculate them in the first place right now is this initial cache. And actually this this function I want to call this again. So I think I want to take this and make it a separate function with a name. Hey there, Resubaka. How are you doing? So we'll be given the entity and its tile, right? And then we'll have to look up its position. Yeah, okay. Well, let's make a function. And I suppose I'm putting it into the components. Where though? I don't know. Maybe near this one, because this is the camera vision and lighting, so maybe, yeah, maybe right here. And it's not returning anything, is it? So it's void. Oops. Go back to where it was. Actually, go to the last change. There we go. Void. Calculate light map. Actually, if it's a new light, we want to calculate it. If it's an old light, if it's been removed, we just drop the light map. And if it's changed, then we want to... we still have to recalculate it. Okay, so we'll just start with calculate. Void components impl calculate light map. What do we need here? Obviously, we need the tile, and we need the entity. What else? Let's fill this in right now. Components. The outer interface. And that's it. Okay. All right. Okay. Documentation time. Calculate which tiles in the game are illuminated by the a given entity. Components. This is just a back reference to the outer interface of the system. Entity. This is the entity which is casting light in the game. Tile. This is the tile component of the light entity. Light casting entity. All right. So the idea would be to use that within here and just call it. So we would say that components entity tile. Done. And then that's really a refactoring step, isn't it? I just extracted a method. I'm doing well, Resubaka. I had to get up a lot earlier this morning because school has started and I'm driving my son to work. And I thought about going back to sleep, but I'm like, well, I'll just start watching Twitch and try to get some work done. And then I got too involved in someone else's stream. It was actually a really fascinating stream. I'll give another shout out. He had rated me the other day, Soding, and he was working on making a Haskell program that draws the PHP logo using Braille. And I thought, wow, that's pretty cool. So I got too involved in that stream, and then I started late because of it. Yeah, Haskell. And I learned that actually it's two L's. Bing, when I searched Haskell on Bing, it's like, you meant Haskell. I'm like, oh, I didn't know it had two L's. Yeah, functional programming language. So it, I don't know, it's pretty cool. And then it just seemed like a unique challenge to print something using the Braille Unicode characters. Thank you for that follow, by the way. See, I got too caught up in that. And it's like, well, do I cancel the stream for today? Because I was sort of feeling tired. Or do I just press on and be late? Disgusting language? The topic came up in his stream, like, what exactly is a function? And, you know, there's the mathematical definition of what a function is, and then there's the somewhat, you know, subjective definition of function among programmers. I don't know, it was interesting. So if we're calculating the light map when we build it the first time, I also want to be able to do this when we move something. And that's the rendering system's job, right? Down here when we go through the dirty entities. Can I just... I mean, if the light's dirty, we should just recast its light, shouldn't I? That makes sense. Just always calculate the light map. Because if it's not a light, it will shortcut this, right? It'll get to here and return right away. The expense will be we did a tileset lookup. Actually, it might be wiser to move this to the front because most things won't have a light. So the only cost will be oh, wait a minute. No, we need that. Never mind. So we're looking in the tileset cache for everything that changes in the game. And if it's not a light, we just return right away. But what if it was a light and the light turns off? I should have a unit test for that, shouldn't I? Yeah, let's do that. So a light, something that used to be a light could no longer be a light now. So, excuse me. That would be a change to the tile set, wouldn't it? Hold on. I gotta blow my nose. Hold on a second. I'll be right back. I think I have allergies. My son has got bad allergies too. Took allergy medicine this morning, but maybe it's just taking a while to kick in. When a player dies, they should also no longer cast light. Good idea. Actually, the players really right now only cast light from themselves. So, but it's an interesting idea. There's like certain things about when your character is dead, like should you, like in World of Warcraft when you die, you can still see the world around you, but you can't see, what is it? You can only see living creatures nearby. Yeah, there's like, it changes your vision. So, it raises some interesting questions about what we should do when characters die, and they haven't yet respawned. Yeah, right now, the ambient light is cast only for yourself. If you were carrying a torch, though, yes, other players would see that light, and then when you die, we'd probably want to extinguish the torch, right? I don't know. Maybe your body is there with the lit torch on the ground. Who knows? There are 3 different light maps, so it gets complicated because there's an interaction between them. They let's go through them again. So they're all up here. There are these light maps, which are not characters. These are like torches on the wall and stuff like that. And then in each camera, there are 2 more light maps. Actually, I could just search for them. They would be in camera. So that's this other file, right? Right. There's the vision light map, which is your line of sight, not counting whether it's lit or not. And then there is the light map, which is the representation of the ambient light, so your ability to see along your line of sight if it's close enough to you. So it's the combination of all 3. Something either has to be lit by an actual light entity, or it has to be close enough to you to be lit by ambient light, and then either of those 2 has to intersect with your line of sight in order to see it. Should probably show that they're dead at the very least. Yeah, that was already suggested. I think it's already in the ticketing system to change the icon or draw it differently to show that characters are dead. Enemies should drop aggro on dead characters. If they still do, it's a bug. I think like there's a chance you can get 1 more hit after you're dead because of a race condition that I haven't bothered to clean up yet. But they should not aggro dead characters. If they do, it's a bug, like I said. How come these 2 files both show a change? Oh, because I was working on this. I was working on this and then I got sidetracked. Well, I could be wrong too, A squared. That's okay. We'll figure it out when we get there. I don't stress too much about getting things right the first time, or if there is a bug or not. I figure I'll eventually run into it as I'm completing the feature, because that entire system of combat is still in Lua, so I consider it prototype or work in progress. Only when it gets solidified into the C++ code will I want to make sure that everything is good, because otherwise the cost of it not being finished is that I had to keep recompiling the server. So I'm kind of delaying the requirement that it be completely solid until then. Oh, I wanted to make sure tilesets have versions, right? So technically I shouldn't just do that, I should have a version in the tileset. Where would I see that? It'd be most apparent in the front end, right? Source, middleware. Would it be middleware? Or would it be in the views? Can't remember. Game interaction? I can't remember this stuff. Actually, it'd probably be an admin. Yeah, here we go. Tile set. Right, it has a name, an asset, a tiles, and a version. The version is what the tile set system uses to know when it needs to change stuff, right? Yeah, there's a versions, and if the version doesn't match, then it does that. Okay. Yeah, so if we change the strength of a light by changing the tile set, then that would be one way. The other way would be like Playing with Skizzers was pointing out the other day. You could have an entity override the default light and have its own light, but I'm delaying doing that until later. I can handle that later. Right now the only way a light... Did I copy that and not change the name? Light mood. Yeah, okay. Light map updated when light. When, so this is light map added, right? When light, when entity becomes a light. When entity gets light. And then there'd be another one where we add an entity that happens to be a light, right? All of these need to work. So, yeah, the way this is going to work is going to be there's a tiles and a version. In version 1, I'm going to make this simpler so it has no light and there are no walls. So we'll get rid of the walls. There's just a light. In fact, I'll just make the coordinates very easy. It's in the center. And then the act will be that we change the tileset to have light, to attach a light value to the light. Where's the tileset? Up here. Oh, wrong one. Went too far. This one. So it's version 2, and this has a light attached to it of 1, right? Update, get the light map for it, and we should get a light map out. And let me fix these coordinates. So that's, these are all -1. They're all 0, and these are all +1. And there are no obstructions. Oh, and these are all -1. Clumsy keyboarding, Ryamu. 14, 15, 13, 15, 15, 15, 11, 15, 7, right? So the light pops into existence. And so the other alternative is we add the light and after we start the game. Light map added when entity gets light. Oh, did I bump the I did bump the version number. Okay. So yeah, it's when we create the light after the fact. Instead of doing that. There we go. Okay. And the other thing is not only does light map have to be updated, but we have to update all cameras that would have seen the light. See the light! And I need to handle the reciprocal of this, don't I? The light map should be removed if the entity is removed, or the light goes away. Or the light, it becomes no longer a light. So these two have not reciprocals, inverses. Light map removed when entity loses light. So it begins with light. And then we change it to remove the light. And then the light map should be empty. Or, default. Light map removed when entity... Oh, did I not rename the other one? Yeah, I didn't. Light map added when light added. So this one is the opposite. Light map removed when light removed. So there is a light, and then we remove it. So removing it would be... okay, we need to add it in the first place. Up here. And then removing it would be components... destroy entity, light. And then that should clear the light map out. C++, hey there, Trenton. How are you doing? Just handling light maps in this game right here. That's from the GM's point of view, but from the player's point of view, it looks like this. So I think I've fixed this bug now where the light map, or I'm working on where I moved this light. It used to be up here, now down to here, and it's supposed to move the tiles illuminated by that light to match it. Yeah, I'm working on this system where you can move around these barriers, and you can have lights that illuminate out of your normal vision range. So yeah, if you have any questions, let me know. I'm trying to get these lights to move and have the shadows and the lit and dark areas update correctly. So right now, like where that light used to be would make more sense. The light used to be there, right? So that makes more sense, right? So the bug right now that I was working on is if I move that light down here, it's what it illuminates also should move. And all these other corner cases where lights are added and removed need to be handled correctly. Gets light, loses light, gets added, gets removed, all that stuff. Oh, Omnia Regna. I thought I had a command for what it stood for. It's Latin for all realms. Actually, I guess that link talks about that. Overview, what is it? Yeah, Latin for all realms. The idea is that I'm making a game where you can go from one world to another and have the user interface change a little bit. It's going to be a while until I get to that part of the game. Right now I'm just trying to get the core mechanics down. Alright, so none of the light maps are added, removed, or updated. In addition to the added and removed, shouldn't I do it when, like, the light is changed? I should, shouldn't I? Yeah, so let's do that, actually. Light map updated when entity light changes. So it will start at a certain level, like 2, and then be reduced to 1, right, like that, and then we should get that map out of it. Yep, still developing the engine. I guess you can say that is what I am doing. So I'm doing game engine development. Okay, so those tests are ready. I just need to make the code to make the test pass. So it's all in this thing, right? For half of these tests, it's this. Yeah, I think the way I said I would do this is we would just call the other method, calculate light map components entity, and then I need to get its tile. So actually, if this already gets the tile, it does. Maybe I should have it called there instead. Actually, you know what would be better? Hold on. If that's only called from one place, and it is, I can pass in the tile and then get it outside. Like that. And then just update this so it takes the tile in as an argument. Like that. This is the tile component of the entity. Give it there. And then I can use it there. I think that would be enough to fix a few of those tests. Let's find out. Few of them got fixed. 2 of them. Right, the updated and the added when lighted is added. So when the tile map is changed, none of those tests are passing. That's correct. This... Oh, that I know why that's happening. In here, these early returns, we need to get rid of the light map. I wonder if it would just be better to call an erase up here. That dot erase entity. That should fix that one, right? Yep. Okay, so all of these 3, this one is different. That's an incomplete feature. I'm ignoring that one. These 3, though, that we need to trigger when a tile set changes. We need to basically recompute all light maps. That would be the safest, I think. We do that in this system, right? I guess what I can do is just clear that flag if this is not empty, right? I guess it would be inside this if. Actually, it's if we get inside that or inside that, I have to do it. Hey there, Python is great. That is a nice name, but I'm waiting for something. Oh, okay. What language is this? It's C++. So yeah, I have, do I have a new command? I don't have a new command. I need to make a new command. I'm working on a game that is partially C++, partially JavaScript, with a little bit of Lua and Python thrown in there. I use Python for tooling, mostly for deployment stuff. So it's a small part of what I do. Wonder how expensive card stock is. I don't know. I need to make a new command. Exactly, yeah. Actually, the idea that Playing with Skizzers had yesterday goes along with this. So make a new command that links to an intro video. I need to make an intro video that explains like what I'm working on so that people can just watch that and I don't need to repeat myself a lot. So for right now, the substitute is that the game command links you to you can log into the game and check it out, or you can read about it in my notes. But it's just really quickly, it's a multiplayer game inspired by the old Ultima game, so it's a role-playing game. And the artwork is pretty simple. And right now I'm working on getting the light and vision system working. So you can see these tiles are illuminated. That's because there is a light source here with a wall in the way. So when you can walk up to the wall, you can kind of tell that there's some kind of light on the other side of the wall. You move around, you say, oh, there it is. If you move up here, there's no lights up here, so it's all just your seeing the ground near you, your eyesight. And then you see, oh, there's a light down that hallway, but there's a dark section of the corridor there that you can't see until you get close enough. So I'm just working on various elements of this. It was working yesterday up for statics lights, but now I'm working on lights that move. For example, this light here, which I moved down to here, but what it illuminates didn't move with it. Python's a great starting first language. Definitely recommend it to anyone first learning programming. Languages, they're only different really in syntax and the stuff in the libraries that you get by default. How long have I been working on React? About 8 months now. He give you some guidance on what you should emphasize. I can give you just a little quick view of the React. The React side of things is how the front end of the game is built up. Um, so from a very, very high level view, what I'd recommend is if you're going to make a very large app, you should take a moment to think about where you're going to store your state and what you'd use for it. So I kind of knew from the get-go I need something like Redux. So I use Redux and React Redux to manage all my state. So I end up having both middleware and reducers, and then I package that up for the React to get through the React Redux. But the React side of things, I actually really recommend getting into React hooks. It's maybe even easier to learn than the class-based React stuff, because here let's look at something. For example, this app, right? It makes it really simple. It's just a function that takes props and renders. And if you need something like call some function the first time, like when it mounts, that's the effect hook. And if you need state variables, that's the state hook. Where do I use a state hook? There I use ref hooks. Find a state hook example. I actually made one the other day. I just don't remember where it was. Was it one of my panels, my settings panel? Yeah, state hook. So yeah, even the most complicated and ugly looking React components are basically just functions if you use React hooks. If you use something like Redux or an alternative, it helps because then you can have the React part just focus on how to render and don't care much about how the application state is held. I use state hooks for state that's just local within the component, but everything else is through props. So if you use Redux, with React, you map it with React Redux's connect function, where you basically have maps for props that are from your state, and then props which are going to either middleware or reducers to make changes. So this is like inputs and outputs, you can think of it. But then everything is ultimately just props, and whether the props are functions or variables, it's sort of up to you, right? It's kind of hard to teach someone React or Redux with my app because it's a larger app. That's why usually when you learn React, it's like a simple tic-tac-toe game or something like a Hello World kind of game. But I can answer specific questions with my app, and I can explain like what exactly the state hook does, stuff like that. For example, this part is when you are validating your authenticator. So inside here somewhere there is a it shows you, like if you turn on the authenticator, it says here's your secret key, and you need to enter a code from your authenticator to validate it. And so there's an input element, and here's where whatever you type in there shows up here, and it's a controlled element, which means that the current value is linked to the value attribute of the input, and the onChange handler ultimately will call the setter using the value that's in the DOM. So whenever you change it, the value that's in the DOM gets passed to the set OTP, and the state hook is always a pair. It's what the current value is and the function to call when you want to change it. So this is how you make a controlled component in React hooks: is you make a state. That's the current value. That's how you set it, and then you put the current value as the value attribute, and then the setter. I have this common utility called onChange field. It's a little bit complicated because it's a double arrow function, but here's how I try to explain it. OnChange needs a function that will be called whenever you make any change to the input box. So when we're assembling this input component, we compute what the function is by calling this other function. This other function takes a third function, setOTP, that's the setter, and returns a function that, given the DOM event, takes the target's value from that DOM event and calls the setter. Yeah, double arrow function. It's a function which returns a function. This is a function which returns a function, right? This is just a function that calls another function. What it's calling happens to be in the capture of when that function was defined. See how that works? This is maybe a tripping point, but if you can get that, if you get that eureka, like aha moment, I see how that works, it can be really powerful. So let me do this again. When the JavaScript is running and it's generating this element and to insert into the DOM, it's actually calling this function immediately. Not when on change happens, but immediately it calls this. And what does that function do? It returns another function. And what that function does, if it later gets called, is it calls its argument, setOTP, and the value that it gives it is, in the moment, the value that's in the input element. Does that make sense? I don't know if that makes sense to you or not, but hopefully half of you at least said, aha, I see how that works. Anyway, that's a controlled element in React with hooks. It clicked with me pretty quickly, and I like the fact that I don't have to worry about this. There's no this at all. There's no class. It's just a function, and it's mostly focused on where it should be, which for React, it's rendering. Rendering should be your #1 focus with React. If you're doing state management with React and other things, you might not be using React in the best way you could, because React is really a rendering-focused framework. You like your classes? Okay. You never had an aha moment? Like Eureka? Like it just like clicked? You're like, oh, I get it. That kind of thing. Those are the best moments too. Anyway, if this is a bit too different from what you're used to, you could always just learn React with classes, but I wouldn't be the best teacher because I basically move straight to React hooks and I like it. So yeah, this whole thing is a React app, and what's inside this red rectangle is a different library called Phaser to draw the graphics. Basically just drawing squares that are pulled from a texture. And all the rest of this stuff is DOM elements created by the React tree. All right, back to this. What was I doing again? Let me get reoriented here. Oh, it was when the tileset changes, right? When tileset changes, we want to basically reset that flag. I think it's safe to just reset it if in this case and in this case down here, right? Oh, this should be false. What am I thinking? False and false. Basically force it to rebuild the light maps, and then we might as well just clear these when we get down to here. And this really only makes sense after we've done it, so there we go. Fixed. Hey there, KHPS official. How are you doing? How does the C++ come into play in the front end? I'll show you that. So the front end of this app is only concerned about interacting with the user. It's the user interface, right? But when I click like this button to go left, it's not going directly to this window to move the character. It's actually going to another computer over the network. And I'm doing fine, KHPS official. Thank you for asking. That's why I have this view up here. The connection between the front end and the back end is through a WebSocket. The WebSocket's encrypted, so hopefully no one can eavesdrop on it. And we set it up right when you log in. And then once you log in, everything that goes between the server and the client goes over this WebSocket in one direction or another. So if I click and hold that left button there, and then release it, a couple things happen. When I clicked and held, it sent a message, it sent this message to the server. Player input A, which is the left, WASD, it's left. Basically it says start moving left. And then the server starts to tell us, well, shift all of the sprites to the right. And by the way, move your own sprite, right? And then as we're shifting, sometimes we're adding new sprites, sometimes we're removing old ones. And that keeps happening every quarter second until finally we release the button, and so player input goes back to empty string. and then the server stops telling us to move. You're eavesdropping on the API, huh? Yeah, so there's a whole round trip that happens. The commands sent to the server are usually like telling the server, hey, I want to drop my gold, or I want to pick up my gold, or I want to move up one or move left one. The server has to say, okay, he wants to drop his gold. Does he have gold to drop? If so, okay, drop it, and tell the client now to show gold in the world, and also print this message on their console. What happens if you have a slow internet connection? It lags. So if I end up having a lot of lag for my users, I probably have to change from WebSocket to something more direct, like UDP packets. I hope I don't have to do that, because that's more complicated to do with the browser. Actually, I don't even know how to do it right now. The backend keeps the game state, yeah. In fact, I can show you that. So we'll just show it from a different angle. I will go to where the game is actually running on my computer, and we'll just do tail F game journal. I'll let that run while I move my character. And then stop, and then there we go. So as I was moving, it was modifying the position of my character there. Right? We were at negative 19.6, then negative 19.5, then negative 19.4. So each one of these lines is one command that the game is executing. It's modifying the position component of my entity, 523, to change the X and the Y coordinates. And that's every quarter second that was happening. And there were other things going on at the same time. There's another zone in my test realm where monsters are moving around, and that's what you're seeing here. These are just random NPCs that are moving around somewhere. So that's what the raw commands look like. And this includes everything from moving to dropping your gold, to picking it up, to attacking a monster, logging in, logging out, everything goes through this journal. Well, there usually isn't anyone on the server side. It's an automated thing running in the cloud. But yeah, if I was logged in and looking at the log, I would see a feverish chain of commands as people are playing. Yeah. And there are so many commands that it gets into the millions of commands executed. We actually don't store them forever. It rotates like for the test environment, every 250 commands, we basically discard the journal and we make a new snapshot of the game. Snapshot of the game looks like a condensed version of, if you were to add all these things up. So we would have entity, what was my entity number? Where was it? These particles, it's hard for me to look at the raw data sometimes. 523, right? So somewhere there would be an entity 523, and it would tell me where I am now, and it wouldn't tell me where I used to be because that information is lost by that point. Yeah. Yeah, so right now I don't do any predictive motion, so you might see, it's hard to see with the test environment because the round trip is so short, but on the real game you'll see a lot of rubber banding with the character because there are essentially two messages saying, hey, shift all the sprites, but then move your character back the other way. So it'll be like bouncing back and forth. And also, if with the lag, it might pause for a bit and then jump. So that other kind of rubber banding. And predictive motion would be as if the client knows I'm moving to the left, it could show me what it thinks it should see before the server confirms it. I would have to trust the client a little bit because you can see we're not supposed to reveal to the character what's in the dark, but if I move to the left, I immediately expect to see a wall. So the client would either need to be told that there's a wall out there, but don't show it to the player, which then opens the opportunity for you to cheat and hack the client and see that there's a wall out here. Or there might be a little bit of like, when you move left, you don't see anything, and then suddenly a wall pops into the view. So these are like different problems that we run into when we want to try to solve lag. And to tell you the truth, I'm not really looking forward to solving those problems because those are tough. I mostly want to get it functionally correct right now and then make it better for performance later. Yeah, so I built that, right? So this should pass some of those tests now? Nope. Load the things that are new after? Yeah, but then they'll just kind of pop into view. Some games that you'll see that, right? When you lag, it's like the world moves, then all of a sudden things pop out in front of you. And it's because the server said, oh, by the way, there's a mountain there that we didn't want to tell you about because you were too far away to see it before. Is there a possibility of diminishing fog of darkness? Yeah, I could do that. This, I'm trying to stay authentic to my to the way that the old Ultima games handle it, which was basically on or off binary. But sure, I could have it use what would it be? A scaling factor of brightness so that you see a little bit out here, but it's very dim. Yeah, we could totally do that. It's mostly the fact that the message to shift price doesn't include the new player. Yeah, so that's one way we could fix the rubber banding. Is just that happens when we shift the sprites and then move the player back. Is I could combine these two messages, the shift and then the move sprite of the player could be combined into one, but it's a little bit more work on the server side to do that. The rendering system would have to know the reason why we're shifting. We're shifting because you moved your camera. Not a feature you'd want, but just curious. For like player settings, yeah, it's fine. You can ask the questions as they come up. It's been asked before. So a lot of things that are doable, and if I haven't done them, it's probably one of three reasons. One, I didn't want to do it at all, and I'll let you know. And then you can always change my mind. I try not to do the number one thing, which is just say I'm not going to do it. But number two might be I haven't done it yet because I haven't had the time, and number three might be that it's something I hadn't thought of before. What do I think about Angular? I don't really know Angular. So I know someone who does. He might be here. But CM Griffin knows all about Angular, Vue, React. Probably knows jQuery for all I know. He'd be someone I would ask. Mr. Sir, indeed, yes. I will refer you to CM Griffin for that kind of thing. He's a much better expert at JavaScript than I am. I'm going to try to see why we don't get to this. Oh, actually, I know why. Because this only runs every polling period. So these tests actually need to modify the time. Like right here or something. Mock timekeep. How do I do the timekeeper? How do I track time here? Oh, it's through this variable. What am I thinking? So 1.0 would put it something like that. A little bit more than 1 so that I don't have to worry about rounding problems. And I need to do that in all three of these tests, right? Let's just see if this one fixes this one. Yeah, okay, so these also then. It doesn't take effect until about a second later, which is fine. We're not going to change tile sets very often at all. And when they do, I don't mind a slight pause before the information is updated. Update 1.001. Elixir, yeah, he knows Elixir too. Syntax error? Oops. Fixed. Run the test, please. Okay, cool. So now when I add lights and remove lights, it should work. Let's test that in the test environment. Stop the server, start it again. So another reason, by the way, that I have all changes to the game state go in this journal is because I wanted to have the game operate with multiple servers. So there are actually 3 servers running, and only one of them is running the game at a time, and the other 2 are basically making copies of the game, so that if the leader of the cluster here, the one that's running the game, were to crash, one of these other servers could pick it up, become the leader, and continue the game. That's a consensus algorithm called Raft that I implemented. I didn't come up with it, I just implemented it. Want to read more about it? There's a link there. Okay. So let's say I wanted to take away the light from that thing. I would go to my tile set, go to particles, light, and then just change that to a 0, right? Then the light poofs away. I had to move, though. That's another problem. Thank you for that follow, by the way. If I change the light again, and then move, the light pops back into view. We should have the cameras all update when that happens, shouldn't we? How do I trigger the cameras to update? Would that be something that I do and update old camera views? Or is that something that we do here? Update tile for cameras. Actually, I think it's a special case. I need to have some kind of, like, when we recompute the light maps, we need to go and mark that the camera needs to be reset, I think. Yeah. Do a move sprite thing, but pass no sprites. Oh, well, sort of. So, like, the move sprite is actually, only used when it's moving from one position to another, but for when the light is turned on, we actually need to add all these sprites around it. But yeah, I mean, you're on the right track. It's just that I made it a little bit more complicated in that it's like there's an add, a move, a remove, and a shift, and it's mostly because it's easier to say shift them all than it would be to say move every individual one. Are we just regenerating the camera every time this happens then? So maybe the easiest would... Okay, well, let's make a unit test for it. Take one of these, actually. Well, let me take one of my earlier tests. Let me look at all the test names in a list like this. Am I fighting with the Cthulhu? Not really. This is how it looks now. And I'm working on this right now where when I take this light right here and move it, it moves the light, but it doesn't move what we're illuminating. That's what my immediate goal right now. Do I have unit tests for the front end too? No. It might not be the wisest decision, but I've basically decided the front end should be as light and simple as possible and just obey all the messages that are told from the server. And so just user interfaces in general, I think, for me at least, they're hard to write tests for, and so it's not worth the effort. So I tried to just focus on the back end. Also, that means the front end... no, it doesn't mean that. Take that back. So yeah, I'm ready to accept the fact that I probably should have some unit tests for the front end, but then on the other hand, a lot of things in the user interface are obvious if they're wrong, and so just playing my own game will tell me if there's a mistake. Lots of boilerplate. When you are thinking about writing a test for something, you always should consider what's the trade-off. Are you saving time in the long run, or not? If the thing you test never breaks and never was wrong, you've wasted your time. You're betting basically that at some point it will be wrong, either now or in the future, and that spending the time writing the test will save you time in the long run because you'll know that it's broken or wrong earlier and can fix it in time to avoid some kind of outcome like bad user experience or game data corruption or something like that, right? So, but it's fundamentally a bet. If you write something really simple that just adds 2 numbers, why write a unit test? It's never going to break. You're just wasting your time. That's just my realistic point of view. Of course, everyone's got different opinions, and I value them too. For me, though, I sit down and I think, is it worth my time to write this unit test? Like, does it give me the confidence or security enough that it's worth the time I'm putting into it? A lot of the time, the answer is yes, because the code I'm writing, I want to last several years, and If I have a bug that lasts years and years and takes me like weeks to figure out later, I will have lost a lot of time. I should set this up to catch bugs now. How am I doing on time? I'm like halfway through my stream. Should probably stretch. CM Griffin has like a, not like a BRB, but like a stretching scene he goes to where he gets up and stretches. I don't quite have that yet, but I have to remember to like, you know, stretch, look left and right, relax my eyes for moments here and there. I think I want to take this test and change it a little bit. We'll have light shown to camera when lit. How am I going to light it? Through the tileset change, right? So it will initially not have any light. So I need to have a version number in here because we're going to change it. And no ambient light. Then we'll have a light. We'll place it out at 3.0 because why not? And then add a camera at 0.0, yes. And instead of moving it, we're going to change the tile set to give the light some light. So that's bumping it to version 2, giving it a light. It doesn't need to be a whole lot, just 1 or something like that. And then I need to, when I update, I need to give a time that's past the polling period, or else it won't show up. And then the end result should be an add sprite, right? One of these. Well, not with all that stuff in it. This one. Oh no, that's the one I'm building, right? Is this it? Would I expect to get all this stuff? Light, and it's at 3.0, the tile is 1. The tile set is... Hold on. Is that going to actually get set? Yeah, it's the number, right? It's whatever number that is. Shows up there. So that's going to be tile set. Depth is whatever depth I set it to, 1. Okay. So that's what I expect. Hey there, Sponged. How's my Thursday going? It's going so-so. I was hoping to get this light and vision stuff working days ago. Everything takes me longer than I think it will. Right, so this is failing because why? Oh, I forgot about that thing. We should get a tile set updated message, yeah. Really, I don't have any test for that? I do in this test. Okay, fine. We'll just pull that out. And put it here. I guess we'll expect that one first, right? And it's 8515. Update tileset version 2. And there's no name or asset, it's just tiles, right? And I believe I just do this. But yeah, it's still going to be missing the add sprite. First part should match though, yes. It's this one that's missing. Okay. I think the way I'm going to handle it is every time that we do this, we're going to go through and tell all the cameras that they need to be reinitialized. So we would say for auto camera in cameras, right? And we would say camera dot second dot. I don't think I have a flag in there yet. I should though. Maybe not. Maybe it's not a flag here. I need to look at the rendering system. How does it know to send initial feedback? Detect new cameras. Was that it? So just drop the cameras altogether? Well, thank you for that follow. I appreciate it. Is it just to clear the cameras? Is that all I need to do? I know we can try it. So just cameras clear. Try it out. This is test, right? Nope. Why didn't it not work? Interesting. It should have built the light map and then we should have been able to see it. So why didn't that not work? Let me put a breakpoint there. We should get to there here, right? In fact, we should get there twice. There's the first time. There's the second time. Oh, but we haven't run the rendering system yet. Yeah. So if it runs the two systems in the wrong order, we might not see it. Okay, so let me just, I need to make more control over which systems we're running then. So this would be system, right? And it's a system name first. So we want the tileset system to run first, then the rendering. I can't remember if they're capitalized or not. Invoke systems. It's where this is set up. Aha. It is capitalized. Yeah, alright. Yeah, and it would do the rendering system first, then the tileset system. So doing it manually in that, setting the order should fix that, right? Nope. But it's not the reason I thought. We're getting extra messages. We're getting a sprites. Oh, right. So it resets the sprites. And gives us the tile sets again. Huh. So I technically then don't... If I'm going to reset the cameras, I don't really need an update tile set, do I? Update tile set. I don't need that message anymore. Because we're just sending them the tile sets all over again. That's inefficient, though. That's way inefficient. I don't want to have to do that. Okay, maybe I won't clear the cameras then. Rig system update. I have another idea. We call that from more than one place, don't we? We also call it there and there. Right, update old camera views. Aha. If we move too far, if we move to a different zone, we're going into here, right? So I could just have an additional flag, either if we move to a different zone or there's a certain flag that's set. Yeah. Okay, so that's back here. So we'd have to go through all the cameras then and set them all. For auto, camera, and cameras. Camera.second. How about we do refresh? Make a flag called refresh. And then we'll say, if that's true, or that's true, or that's true, or camera.second.refresh. We'll want to change that to false, won't we? Where do I... Okay, so it's mutable, so I can just set it. So we can just set it back to false here. I just need to give that existence. How about right here? Might as well initialize it to true, right? When set, the rendering system will completely refresh the sprites told to the camera. There, we'll try that. Run. It didn't work. Why didn't it work? We set it to true there. And is it not hitting that other spot? Oh, I didn't include it up here. I'm dumb. There we go. Yeah, okay. It's always something. Run. Right, it's not an add sprite. It's just, here are the sprites again. Yeah, that makes sense. So my test expectation is wrong. It's not an add sprite, it's a sprites. And so it'll be sprites and then a JSON array of stuff. And then one of those things will be a JSON object. Actually, let's just copy from one of the other tests. Yeah. Yeah, like this. It's light, not torch, but everything, that's a 1. Everything else is correct though. There we go. There we go. It's always one of those little things. Getting better at spotting them, the style that I follow. Okay, run. Oh, the depth is 0? Really? Oh yeah, look at that, 0. The camera's at depth 1, right? Okay, so this is 0. Where's the depth? Right here. What is different? All of this is the same. It's all the same. Why does it say it's different? Oh, capitalized. Oops. Finally. Okay. Let's test it. I should look at the production game to see what's going on. What's going on here today? You got Sponged logged in. Any new tickets? No. We had 5 new accounts created yesterday, and I'm a little bit wary about unmasking them. unless people actually link their accounts to the game. And I don't have a display to tell me if they've done that or not. They were all you. See, that's the problem, meme clear bombs. What was it on Tuesday? I think someone created 4 accounts and basically attacked the game by making really huge notes to the in-game chat system or in-game ticket system. So I had to clear those out, and I could tell it was one person because it all came from the same IP address, which I am now logging. So I'm a little bit wary these days now. They were not you. All right, back to the cavern. Lighting test. Okay, where's my character? There I am. Okay, so if I go and remove light from this from this tile, it didn't work. That's weird. Okay, let's look at the socket connection here. All I'm doing is turning on the light, right? What did I get? A tile set. But I didn't get the change. Sprite shift with a whole bunch of new sprites. So it didn't trigger it. Well, that's a bummer. Why didn't that work? It's supposed to set that to true, and so then this should have gone through and done this again. Why did it not? I should do that very often. No, I didn't think so, Miriam. Clear bombs. I knew you were joking. It's almost like I didn't build it or something. It didn't change it. This did restart, didn't it? I'm not going crazy. What else could it be? This should have set that to false because it's invalid. Right, should have got an invalid. So it should have gone here and set that to false. Right, and so then it should have gone down to here and cleared those, set that to true, and then gone through the cameras and set the refreshes all to true. So when that goes into here, should have seen that, and then that, and then refresh them. Weird. Puppeting entities? Master of puppets are pulling the strings. Was it twisting your mind, smashing your dreams? Something like that? Alright, did this restart? I guess it did. Take away the light. It's just not working. But then when I move, it will force it. Okay, I'm stuck. I don't know why it's not going into here. It's almost like that's not being called. should be called all the time, though. In fact, very frequently. Hold on a second. Cameras is what? A map from there to there. This has certain properties. I'm wondering if it's that it gets constructed or moved. No, that wouldn't be, right? Oh, wait. I think I'm making copies of them. Yeah, okay, that's what's wrong. But why wouldn't that have failed the unit test then? Why is that passing then? Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. That's weird. This is accidentally making copies is what it's doing. Because it's a value type of the yeah, it's a pair. But my guess is that it's because it's not a reference. But why would it not fail the unit test? I have no idea. What's the significance of the .hpp rather than .h? It's not that they're different formats. It's that if you were to include this header from a C module, it would not compile because it's meant only for C++. That's what the PP is. It's just a convention to tell people that this header file is only to be used from C++. But, you know, some people do HXX, some people do HH, some people just say .h, and then they're not so, they don't care so much. It's just a habit I've been following. All right, back up and running. Let's try this one more time. Or maybe more than one more time. Okay, that worked. So why did it not fail the unit test before? So now when I turn a light on and off or change its strength, it changes, which is good. Why did it not fail the unit test, though? That should fail this test. Unless there's something I missed about the test. Turning it on, does that cause it to fail? Then the test is completely broken? No. I don't know. Try to find out what it is. Haven't used C++ a ton. We think VS had .h last time you paid. I think it depends on the way you make it. I think certain wizards in Visual Studio, like the scripts that generate projects, will make them .h. Other times it'll be .hpp. I remember HPP was. I thought it was something that they used it for MFC projects a long time ago. It was almost certainly config. Yeah. This should not pass. But it is doing us sprites, so it means it must be getting... I guess we can just detect if what this is at this point. So breakpoint, debug. Now where are we in the call stack? Interesting. So we are in the correct place. So what is it set to? Why is it set to true? Oh, wait a minute. I think I know. I might know why. Because we never rendered it in the first place. Is that why? This update didn't actually render anything. Because it was marked as a new camera. We would have created the camera. Actually, shouldn't it have rendered it by here? Let's repeat. Yeah. So we got a message. It's going to be kind of hard to look at it, but this would be object message object sprites. So that's the sprites message. It's true, but it should have been set back to false. Did I forget to set it back to false? Is that the problem? Set it to false there. Oh, but only on update. That's the problem. Okay. Then I know what the problem is then. Do I want to make a unit test just for that? This little corner case? The corner case is that it's not set to false the very first time, so we're actually getting 2 calls. I guess I should make a unit test for that. I can make a simpler test here. Sprites only given once. Sprites only given to camera 1 time. So, yeah. It doesn't even really need to be that elaborate, does it? So this update means it's a new camera, and then we'll just not do anything, just do an update. I think we just do all systems update. There should be no extra feedback, but probably the bug is we'll get another list of sprites, because it will think that the refresh flag is being set still. It needs to be given again. Yep, it's getting a sprites command when it shouldn't. Okay. So I think the solution is we move it into this one, because it's called from more than one place. Yep, and without breaking this one, right? No, it did break that one. Oops. Am I JSON addicted? Maybe a little bit. I just picked JSON format to be the format between server and client because it's easy to see in the Chrome developer tools. So as I scale the game up and I need to increase performance, I'll probably have to do away with the JSON format and go to something binary. And that's when I will cure myself of my JSON addiction. It'll be when JSON becomes my #1 performance bottleneck. I fully anticipate reaching that at some point. Random question: is this your co-style architecture for something you always do? Pick for this game or pick for game dev or other? I guess it's #1, what I always do, and I know it's not the best, and I try to work on it and improve it as I go, but I've been programming for a long time, so old habits are hard to break. That's one of the reasons I stream notes, so that viewers can say their own ideas, and then I can subtly over time shift my style to be something better. You know if it's possible to run a shortcut from the path like it's any other executable? Can't figure out how to run a shortcut to an executable. Depends on the operating system. I think in Windows it's a little tough because you shortcuts are actually like special text files that have the names of what they're a shortcut to. Yeah, I don't know. I don't usually do shortcut execution from. I'm assuming you mean the command line, right? Yeah, they're funky. I agree. I think it's done much better in Unix, where it's just a link. The file system says, "Oh, you want sh? Well, sh happens to be this other file. You know, we won't need to tell you where it really is. Um, but you can run it. Make sure the starting folder is the folder you have the executable. Yeah, it's just weird. There's probably a PowerShell or maybe even a shell command to do it, but I don't know. Beyond my knowledge. I thought this was from two different paths, and it is. This isn't updating an old camera, but this is a new camera, right? Yeah, new camera. So should it not have gone in and cleared it? Oh, wait a minute. It did go and clear it, but it never got set again? Is that the problem? Yeah, it never got set again. This should have set it, but it didn't for some reason. Or it got reset? I don't know. Let's put a breakpoint here, and then where it gets cleared, let me put another breakpoint right there. And run the test again. I don't need that breakpoint though. Run in debugger. Okay, so this is where we built the tile set the first time, right? Yeah. And then this. It's clearing it now. And then setting it back to true, right? It's one camera, setting it back to true. It never rendered it again? Thank you for that follow, by the way. A hard link. Yes. SoftLink has a similar problem to Windows shortcuts, right? It's actually a short file that contains the path to another file, but I think the operating system shell commands are handle it a little bit better. Okay, so when it got to the rendering system, why did it not do what I thought it would do? Go. Let's enter here. It'd be easier if I just set a breakpoint here, wouldn't it? Go. Okay, old camera views, yes. Here's the camera. Its refresh is false. What? Huh? What? This should have set it to true. Okay, so now it's true. We get to there. Oh, I went too far again. Damn it. True again. Is it somehow false again? It's false. Why? Oh, did I do the same mistake again? Did I make a copy instead of reference? I did. Look at that. I'm so stupid. Yeah, you're right, the name. You are awarded a point. Thank you for catching that. Ah, I feel dumb. But you know, I feel dumb a lot. I was saying in someone else's stream today, I think I learn best by failing. Then when I figure out why I failed, then I learn from it. Oh wow, I broke a bunch of stuff. Why would I have broken all those things? Hmm. What's the act here? Oh, it didn't fill the tileset cache yet. Okay, so that's gonna break a bunch of things then. What's the right way to fix that then? We need to do like an update before we add the camera in the first place, I guess. And all these tests that were broken by that. Oh, that's a lot of tests. Damn it. Yeah, okay, fine. We have to have the camera created later than I thought. All these tests that are broken by that changed. Oh well. I think I hit about half of them. That one, yeah, it's supposed to fail because I haven't finished that one yet. Added and moved. Oh, thank you for that follow. I appreciate it. Hope you enjoy watching. If you have any questions, let me know. I have commands to answer some common questions, and I can demonstrate stuff if you want me to, up to a point. I try to balance chat with work. When chat gets really slow, I get tempted to just work and tune out from chat, and probably not the best thing. I should probably find some unique and creative ways to engage with chat. There is a such thing as sudo a squared. In Windows, it's run the command prompt as administrator, right? Kind of dangerous to do. Okay, so that's working again. Right, okay. That's like interactive, right? Yeah. I think PowerShell might have a sudo equivalent. It's on my list of things to learn is PowerShell. There's a streamer here on Twitch who actually works on the PowerShell team, and he streams sometimes. And I can't remember who it was, but if I do, I'll put it in chat. Okay, so let's test this again. This happens sometimes. I don't care. Just refresh. It's only for the GM. Okay. Tileset, please. Tileset back. Particles. Turn off the light, or turn off. Yeah, turn off the light. It goes away. All right, and then put it back on. It comes back on. Nice. Back to the lighting test area. Moving this up to here still doesn't, so that's the next thing, right? It's if the tile is moved. I had updated but not moved, right? Oh no, the light map is updated. So if I were to move after moving it like that, if I move, it does draw it correctly. Well, that's weird. It doesn't illuminate its own spot. Why not? That's weird. It's kind of random. It's dark right there except for the light itself. Why would that be? That's really weird. I can't imagine why. So if I move off screen and back on, it comes back though, right? It's like it excluded the one it was on. Why would it do that? Hey there, 3D Extended. I'm doing all right. How are you? I'm trying to handle moving lights in my game, so I could show these side to side. If I move that light to here, Right now, not until I move once does it shift, and then there's this other little weird little bug where it's not showing the ground underneath the light until I move off screen and then back on. It's like being excluded from the calculations for some reason. Can't think of why. How did I fix the performance problem with the lighting? By using the visitor pattern in the main loops. So that was the biggest thing, I think. That was a while ago. So where was it exactly? I can't remember where the big performance hit, but it was like maybe it wasn't in the rendering system. Oh, it was the tileset system had a really huge performance hit. So in fact, I think it still does. I reduced it just by saying only do it once a second, but this getting components of type tileset is expensive. So I had an alternative like components with components of type. Oh yeah. The NPC movement system had the same problem where it was unnecessarily slow until I did this. So this is using the visitor pattern. Instead of making a copy of all the NPCs in the game, it just says with all the NPCs in the game, call this. And then you get a reference in place instead of it making a copy of it. So it's much faster. But yeah, with the rendering system itself, I actually don't really remember exactly if there was a performance problem or if it was mostly those other systems. But yeah, actually this is bad, isn't it? Oh, but this is only done once. I think I decided I overlooked this because rendering start's only called once. But yeah, this is expensive. This is getting a copy of every position in the entire game. I overlooked that. It's rendering update that gets called repeatedly. In fact, this is expensive, so I could probably get some performance gain right here just by using the visitor pattern with cameras. Instead of copying all the cameras in their game constantly, we could just visit them. Yeah, so there are a lot more opportunities to improve the performance already that I'm already seeing. So maybe the answer to the question is I haven't yet. Got this working through trickery. Oh, the linking, running something through a shortcut. That's cool. Anyway, the problem with when a light moves. How exactly do I want to solve this? I'm getting tired for some reason. It's almost 3 hours. I wonder if I will have to call it early. Need to have multiple Java versions installed and easily accessible from the command line. Now you have a batch file for each version that passes it to the right location. Interesting. Yeah, no problem. 3D extended. I don't think I explained it very well, but oh well. Try my best. Recompute all lights and camera light vision whenever. Okay, I already did that. That's what I just did. So let me put this up here. This is for barriers, but shouldn't I do the same thing for light sources? No, I don't need to recompute these. I just need to re-render. Don't I? Actually, isn't it constantly going to re-render? Let me think about this. No, it only does it for dirty tiles, but what if something gets lit? What if a tile gets lit, I mark it as dirty? Then it'll show up for all cameras, right? How does that work actually? Oh yeah, this results in the update or remove of a tile. Actually, it could be an add too. Move or add or update. That's per tile too. Hmm. I'm getting tired. Let's just check in what I have so far and let me think about what I want to do next. I might have to call it because I'm just getting really tired. I woke up super early today and I lost some sleep last night too. The thing I want to avoid is like making design changes when I'm tired because I'll come back at it tomorrow and say, what the heck was I thinking about? These are fine. Having the light map, yeah, these are all fine changes. Giving it a name is fine. Exposing it so we can test it is fine. Okay, yeah, this is all fine. So, work in progress. Implementing vision lighting systems. Expose light maps for testing. Not that I was drunk yesterday, it's that I woke up at like 4 a.m. and I couldn't fall back to sleep until 5, and then I had to get up at 5:30, and I had to get up at 6:45. So I really didn't sleep well. Okay, so add camera refresh flag to reevaluate all sprites whenever a tile set changes. Because it's just a shortcut. We hardly ever change tile sets. When we do, it's like let's just toss the table over and start over again. Thank you for that follow. I appreciate it. What else did I do? Oh yeah, give a name. Give the name light map. Well, name. Give the name light map to the collection used to hold onto tile quadrants lit by light. I gave them that name. What else did I change? Oh yeah, extract calculate light map method. And then I ended up calling it somewhere, right, in the tileset system. Right. There's the definition of it. Right. Calculate the light map of recalculate the light map of any light that becomes dirty. So dirty means that either moved or changed one of its attributes. And that's so that we don't recalculate things that don't change. And what did I do here? Oh yeah. Well, that's part of the method extraction there. And then the rest of it here is refresh. Actually, I already set it up here. Don't need to say it again. Okay, so update unit rendering system tests to reflect that the tile sets need to be cached before cameras are added. Otherwise, what happened? Otherwise, cameras don't get sprites displayed right away. Displayed on the first update after they're created, because it has to wait for the tile set to be created. I think that was it. Although I'm getting tired. This is the problem of doing stuff when you're tired. You start to like not remember things properly. Never realized people did coding on Twitch. Oh, yeah. We haven't seen them here, Hemi Dodge. Let me shout out some people who I think you should watch. So Adam13531 is sort of the guy I look up to, who I think is a master at doing this. He's working on a game called Botland, and he's like in his year 4 or 5, and he's like only 30-something days away from release. He has an excellent balance between coding and engaging with chat, and you should check him out. And also a few others. So I was watching Soding earlier today. He is pretty good, and also I like to watch CM Griffing, who does a lot more web dev. It's 1 p.m., yeah, but I woke up super early. And yeah, if I'm not at my peak energy, like, yeah, I start to get tired around 3 hours. I'm a wimp. So other streamers who do dev can go 7, 8 hours. I can only go like 4 before I need a break. All right, can I do something easy and put off the rest of this for tomorrow? Yeah, I know, I'm a wimp. Maybe some bug fixing. Let's fix some bugs. Actually, there's one that I wanted that I thought would be really easy that we can do. On the login, no, not on login. On creating a new account, it only asks you to enter your password once. I think it should also have you enter it a second time, like re-enter password. And it should do a front-end verification that you enter the same password twice. So let's do that. This will be a little nice break away from the C++ and do some React work, right? So this is implemented in my front end. See, I already feel like the energy returning. You code for 45 minutes, need a break? Well, I guess it depends on the intensity of the work. Maybe you're a very intense coder. I don't know. No, it's all relative. There are many variables. It could be 45 minutes on something that's really difficult for you, right? Or, I don't know, who knows? Login, no, it's, this dialog is create new account. Where is that? New player dialog, here it is. Whoops, this one. Okay, so here we have state for the password, so I think it's pretty straightforward. I just need to have a re-enter password, right? Set re-enter password. And then we need to make another key value underneath it. And let's do multi-cursor here. So this is re-enter password. Re-enter password. Is that what they usually say? Re-enter password? Placeholder. I guess we can just say password again, right? And this is re-enter password, and then set re-enter password. The idea, that should be enough to show it, right? The idea would be, I guess, when you hit sign up, the validation would check to see that they're equal. Let's see if I can do that. There's a trick to do that with refs, right? Set custom validation or some such thing. Custom validation. Set validation. I forget what it is. Validation? I don't see it. It would be in JS. Anybody happen to remember this? Valid. I'll find it soon. Just a matter. Oh, here it is. Custom validity. That's what it is. So we do with an effect hook. Basically, on every render, we'll do it. Yeah. So right here, on every render, we will check to make sure that the things are equal. So I will need 2 refs then. Do I have any refs? I have a reCAPTCHA ref. Okay, so we need 2 more. We need a password ref, and then we need re-enter. Actually, do I need? I only need 1 ref because we're only going to mark one thing, right? Or should I mark both? Should probably just mark the bottom one. Re-enter password ref, right? So the way you use a ref in with hooks is you define it right like that, and then in the DOM you do a ref equals, and then you do that. It's easy peasy. And then when you use it, you have to do .current. So I would say if password is not equal to re-enter password, then current set custom validity, the password does not, what is the language usually? The password does not match or something like that. I don't know, I'm tired. I think that's all I need, right? Let's try it out. So I'm going to create a new account called blah, 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 and it'll be like 1 2 3 4 5 or 1 2 3 4. Oh, I didn't mark that correctly. Sign up. The password does not match. Still does not match. Why not? Ah, I made a mistake somewhere. The former password does not exactly match the second password in any way. Can we shorten that a little bit? Because that's on the right track. Oh, the type is wrong. That's why it's showing it plain text. But why didn't it work? One, two, three, four, five. 1 2 3 4 5. It's not working. That's weird. Can you not copy paste in with the password? Huh. What does the React show me for that? I need to go to this one and look at state, don't I? This one. Yeah, they're equivalent. So why would the validity be wrong? Do I need to set it to empty? Oh, you're right, Toulouse. There it comes Toulouse to the rescue. Rescuing tired Raimu. You are correct, sir. It's empty string, right? The two passwords do not match. I think I like that. The two passwords do not match. Thank you, Nui. All right. Give it a try. No, probably don't need that anymore. Blah, 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 blah. 1 2 3 4 5. 1 2 3 4 5. Yay. Not strong enough for this site. What? I can't use 1 2 3 4 5? It didn't clear the re-enter password. I just noticed that. Yeah, we need to do set re-enter password empty. Although I wonder if, do we actually need to clear? I thought it would be a good idea to clear the password on sign up, but maybe we don't need to, because if you can't copy paste out of it, then maybe it doesn't matter. Can I not copy paste out of there? I can't. It probably accepts Hunter too. Yeah, Hunter 2's fine. We should go and delete my account. Here's another bug I wanted to fix. The thing is super wide. I want to make it like max width. Yeah, do I need to do that? I probably don't, right? I assume you can paste, you can't copy, so I probably don't need to clear them, right? I think Adam was telling me it was sort of frustrating that when he failed the CAPTCHA check, it would clear the password and he had to type it again. So maybe this is unnecessarily annoying to the user, and just leave it in there. 1 2 3 4 5. 1 2 3 4 5. And then you'd be forced to type in something different, right? Or you can keep hitting it, and the server will keep telling you nope, nope. Anyway, that's one place. There's another place, right? Log in, chickens, and let's change my password. Right, so here I think we should also have re-enter the new password twice, right? The stretching? Which stretching? You mean which stretching are we talking about? Like how wide this is? Or do you mean that initial dialogue we were looking at? Oh no, the delete the account, right? How wide that is? Oh, the error message. So how could we improve that? Yeah, I see what you mean. I guess I would set it to that wide to begin with, and then let that wrap or something? Is that easy to do? This grid single column is the form for the dialogue, right? Actually, let's look at this. What it look like? There is a dialog box. It's really this dialog that I want to have it set the width to, right? So I guess I want another class in addition to grid single column, right? Like somehow set the max width. Something in the middle and then wrap the error message, just an idea. This is where I'm nowhere near an expert. Like I don't know best design here. Should I make it compressed to a certain size and then right now it's just sized to the however wide it needs to be, and which is the problem that I'm having with the other dialogue, right? The delete dialogue. I think I just told it be as wide as you need to be, so it just took the entire text there up until it started to collide with the right edge, and it just made it that wide. But like, how wide should I make it? Should it be a constant, or should it should probably be a constant if it's wide enough, but then if it really gets shrunk, it should force it to shrink more, right? Yeah. See, I don't know these things. Okay, back to this. I think I will make another class to set its width. So, do I have a CSS for this? I do not. Should I have one? What if we make it part of the... I think I had the dialog had a CSS itself. How about if we have like a dialog common size or something? Default size or... something like this, like dialog, like medium width or something. Let me say width is, I don't know, 40 view width. And then I could attach it to that. So now, oh, that's weird. I think I need to set a minimum, don't I? So that would be like max width. Some number of pixels, right? I don't know, 600. I really don't know what I'm doing. Min max width. It's not growing any more than 600. I wonder if that's because 40 view width. Actually, I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, there is some change there. So do I need a max width then? Do you have to set both the min and the max to the same thing if you don't want it to resize? Is that the trick? Let's see. Yeah, see, it wrapped it correctly now. So it's the. I hope it's okay. The vertically we can change size if we need to. It's just the horizontal that was pretty weird, right? And then I guess I can play with media queries where if it's if it's shorter, then we have a different layout. But maybe go with this for now. Hey there, Clayman. I don't know. I need to climb the mountain of CSS best practices and talk to the guru there, obviously. I think I'll go with this for now. Let me reuse that same class in the delete. So login. And then delete account thing, right? And then this is another dialog. We'll do the medium width thing there too. Confirm account deletion. Yeah, just do that here, right? And I changed the JavaScript, so I need to find it again. Delete my account. Okay, there we go. That's better. Anything else that needs that treatment? Do I have any other? What other dialogues do I have? Change password dialog? Maybe? We're going to be editing this soon anyway. Might as well, right? So maybe get some consistency to how wide dialogues are. So they're consistent width. The same as width 600? Okay. So I could just make it shorter. All right. You are correct. Okay, let's add the confirm to that one. This one. So the same thing that I had in the new player dialog. Same effect. Oh, thank you for that follow. I appreciate it. So yeah, it was the C++ code I was working on before. It was really sapping my strength. Now I feel like reinvigorated, working on something different. This is a hook, right? And it's best... I'm trying to follow a convention where I do the hooks up front. So like there. And then I need the ref. I guess I actually didn't follow the right... Actually, maybe the effects are best placed right before the return. The ref. And the state. And this will be new password. And then we're going to add the same input box, re-enter password. And I guess we'll say re-enter new password. Let's see what that looks like. Don't have effect or ref. Correct. Use effect, use ref. You're rich, you have 2 points. Oh, Nui passed 90. 91 points. Alright, change my password. Cool. So, if I just hit change, it's going to say, please fill it out. Okay, what if I do 1 and 1? It's not strong enough. Actually, does it even use the old password? Hunter 2. Oh, it's clearing the thing again. So yeah, let's remove that. Change. Bad password, right? But if I do chickens, and they're not the same, they have to match. Otherwise, it changed it. Okay, and then Hunter 2 back to chickens. I saw that the default text wasn't correct either. Yes, this should say new password. Okay, cool. Let me look and see if there are any other dialogues I can clean up while I'm at it. Confirm action dialogue. That's mostly for the GM. And that looks like if I were to go here and do something like remove. It says, "Are you sure?" Yeah, maybe. Maybe add this CSS class to the "Are you sure?" Yeah. What's next? Game dialogue. What's game dialogue? Oh, you're dead. I guess I have to die to test this one. Is there a monster who would please slay my character? Where's the escape? It's hard to see where the escape is now that it's so dim. It's up here, right? Yeah, there it is. Okay. Where's a monster that would oblige? Here we go. Kill my character, please. Oh. It's like you're not even trying to hit me. Stop trying to hit me and hit me. Okay, this already has a width. I wonder if that's because it's handled separately inside of chat. Oh, I think it might match this width. So yeah, in fact, I can look at it here, right? I think this div is setting the width, right? Yeah, width 608 pixels. So that's probably fine. We'll just let that thing define the width. Yep. So I don't need to worry about that one. Channels dialog. That was in the GM again. That's when I hit this thing. And I think it's using its own width thing as well. Single wide column is being ignored. So I don't even need that. Ah, interesting. I'll have to revisit that. I don't know why full height has flex column in it. One of these has, I'm sure, has a width on it, right? Or is it just that the table is that wide? The table is naturally that wide? Okay, I'm just going to leave this one alone. It's for the GM anyway. I don't care so much. I already did that one. New ticket dialog. What does that one look like? New. Yeah, we should make that one wider. Easy peasy. These easy things to fix are I like them better. And if you really want to, you can make that taller, but not wider. Actually, I wonder if for this one we should do min. What would that look like? Because I kind of want someone to, if they want to drag it, they can. Yeah, maybe use min width for this one. But let it, yeah. Actually, would min width would work anywhere, right? So like, oh no, it doesn't work for that one. Okay, so I need two different classes. So dialogue at least minimum width, and this is min. And here we go. That one's fine. And then this one, if we wanted to resize it, we could. Okay. What's next? Already did that one. Oh no, I didn't do that one. Log out, and then it's this one. Yeah, so we should do that one. Or this one. All right, and then what? Oh, yeah. This is when you get the token. So bob at example.com, for example, right? Reset my password. And then let me run a local email thing here. And there's the password reset I just got. And let me take that link. So this dialog, yeah. Cool. Oh, and I should have the repeat the password again, right? This thing. And here. And this is password not equal to current password. And then the need effect and ref. And need to attach the ref. Actually, these two just go in, right? Down to here. Re-enter new password exactly. Cool. Bob at example.com. Chickens. 2 S's. Don't match. Oh, did I not type it correctly? Huh. It helped me that time. All right. What's next? Script editor, that's a GM view. I don't care about that. Teleporter is also GM tile. Select, also GM. Okay, so I think this is good enough. And I'm almost at 4. No, that was only 20 minutes. I thought like that felt like an hour, but it wasn't. So this is cleanup of dialog boxes, right? And adding password confirmation. So dialog with cleanup and password reentry. Cool. What else can I clean up with? Clean up today. At some point, I want to combine profile and settings and into one tab, and then some of the stuff from from either of these will move into here as well. Something I can do with this thing. This has a overflow. Oh, one of these didn't have the correct overflow, right? There's a bug that this didn't overflow right. Here, I think. Yeah. So it doesn't overflow correctly here. Let me try to fix that. And it's interesting it doesn't want to compress more than that. I guess it's because this button, it can't compress anymore. I wonder if I should short that to be just regenerate token, and this would be validate. So this is all in activities panel settings, right? Regenerate. Yeah, let's just say regenerate token, and we can just say enable for that, right? It's context sensitive, enable, and the other one should be validate. Enable. Oh, and I wanted to make some of these buttons where you have to confirm, right? Okay, one thing at a time. Let me do the overflow thing first. How did I do that here? Or actually, a better one would be, was it this one? Actually, I don't think that one has it. One of these just had a generic overflow. Was it Golem? I can't get that to compress enough. Or was it this one? Or this? I can't remember. Can't remember. Not gonna worry about it. We'll take from the ticket view. This one definitely there's one of them that I thought it was this first one. No? Okay, now I'm confused. Oh, it was this one. I compress it really a lot. Okay, there we go. So something I'm doing in the ticket thing. Let's look at that. Ticket. There's like an overflow or something in here that handles overflow. Where is it? Because it doesn't. It's inside of. It's inside of this title bar. Is it details? Is that doing it? No. Oh, here it is. Overflow Y auto, and it works Y. Because it's grows, right? To fill, it's in a flex container. Okay. So going back to this, do I have a div holding? Whoa. Looks like I have some other DOM errors. Do I have a div for this stuff under settings? No, it just goes right into paragraph, but I could put one in there, right? I thought I had this generic div container to do this overflow Y stuff. I do. It's called shrinking container. How do I use shrinking container? Oh, because this div is a flex container, and this takes up the rest of it and shrinks to fit, and then has the overflow in it. So, right, if then okay, I know. I think I know how to do it for settings. Where is it? Settings. If this div made it a flex container, then I could oh, I should put the rest of this in a div that's right in a one of these shrinking containers, right? Put everything else inside of it. And then this has to be just a generic flex container. I probably have one of those in my index. Display flex. That's what it is, right? Single wide column. All right, how's it look now? How are we looking? It didn't work. Why didn't that work? It just collapsed it completely. Display flex, and then this is, oh, one pixel? Okay, how did it work with this then? Oh, it's probably because something down here. No? Wait a minute. I don't get it. Is it because it itself is a flex container? And stretching, well, overflow why? Shrinking container is not itself a flex container. I think that might be why. So maybe I don't use shrinking container then. Maybe I just what if this had what if single white column had overflow y auto on it directly? And I just let's see. Let's see what that would do. This thing. Overflow Y auto. Token takes carbon to recharge. Which, I missed that, Cthulhu. What is it? What do you mean by that? Oh, you mean the authenticator token. Did I do it? Oh, no, it... Whoa, look at that. That's wrong. Okay, so that didn't work at all. So forget that. I'm guessing that that has to be in a div, but I need to use a special one that's flex, right? Actually, I don't know. This is where I get kind of lost. Oh, No Man's Sky. Yeah, yeah. Recharge everything with carbon or sodium or whatever. Still addicted to that game, Cthulhu? What have I gotten you into? I'm sorry. Okay, going back to this, the problem was that it's showing it with 1 pixel, right? And, well, let's play with this. Instead of, yeah, let's just add to this. Not that one, right? This one? No. The thing inside here, this one. If I took away the basis, what does it do? Can I edit that, please? There we go. Okay, it didn't quite work. It is not... Does it have to be scroll or something? Ah. Scroll? Still not getting a scroll bar. I figured this out at one point, and I don't remember how I did it. I should just search for where I used the shrinking container. Did I just use it always on a... Oh no, I used it on a div here. Huh. So I used it at the top level of... Okay, wait a minute. Maybe this. That's similar to what I have in the settings panel, right? Oh, but not use that thing, maybe? Oh, okay. So let's do it the same way I did in the other panel. So a fragment, and then the shrinking container. Oh, well there we go. That worked. How come I don't see the scroll bar though? Is that because it's hidden by the debug mint? Oh, there it is. Okay, well, that did it. Wait a minute. But the scroll bar can be hidden by accident if you shrink it too much? I don't know if I like that. At least the mouse wheel still works. Better than nothing. Okay, and then the other thing I wanted to do was when it's enabled, I wanted to make the disable thing ask you if you're sure. So let me enable it. That means the div isn't adjusting properly. Yeah, it's like it's constraining it somehow to where it's white, it's overflowing in the x direction too, right? So it can't collapse any more than that for some reason. Like something, it's probably these buttons or something, right? Or one of these other things that has a minimum width set to it. Who knows what it is? It could be this bar here that has those two buttons in it. It can't compress those anymore. Yeah, that looks like it's what it is. So it's just my inadequate CSS. You're a web dev for 3 years, might be able to help. I just need, you know what? I need a boot camp of some kind that will teach me the right way to do CSS stuff. But for now, let me. I was gonna put this into my authenticator to get it into an enabled state. So let me do that. Add account. Let's scan this silly QR code. There it is. Done. And then let me validate it. Oops, the code changed. Validate. Okay, so I wanted this button to say, "Are you sure?" And so I had a common way of doing that. And that was what? Like in the entities panel, there was like one of these. Yeah, show confirm action dialog. That's what it was. So there's an action to do if it's confirmed, and then there's an explanation. That's exactly what I want. So I want that for get auth secret right here. That's the action to dispatch. And then the explanation should be... Actually, no, we don't want to confirm getting it. We want to confirm dropping it, right? This one. So what will we say? Are you sure you want to disable your authenticator? And this doesn't need to be backticks, does it? Once disabled, you will need to... can I wrap this? I probably can, right? No one will care if I wrap it. In JavaScript, I got to do a plus, right? Once disabled, you will need to generate a brand new token. In order to re-enable it. There is no right way. It's chaos. Usually mess around in Chrome. See, that's the problem. I mess around and I just don't get it quite right. So, like, I just hope that someone at some point will say, "What the hell are you doing? You should go through this training course to learn the best practices in CSS." All right. So if I did this right, this will say, "Are you sure? Are you sure you want to disable your authenticator?" Okay, this formatting isn't good. We should probably just do it with paragraphs, right? How is that used? It's used in the confirm action dialog here, right? Explanation. It's just put into a single paragraph. I guess maybe the only thing I had problem with was that space was missing. Wait a minute. Did it get disabled? Oops. Oh well. How did it get disabled? I hit no, I thought. Settings. Accounts. Delete this one. Yes. Exit. Add account. Enable. Scan QR code. Done. Enter code. Validate. Disable. Are you sure? No. Did it get disabled anyway? Well, shoot. Is that confirmed? Just actually do it anyway? That's unfortunate. Add account, QR code, enable. Let me make sure. Let me get it in here. And then validate, and then just refresh. So wait a minute. So the confirm doesn't actually work? That's not true, because if that was true, then I'd be able to delete stuff here. And no, and it should have been deleted, but it wasn't. Well, there's CSS, then there's React. More so Fluxbox. Yeah. So I guess my problem is I'm trying to combine a lot of these things together. So before I hit anything, what happens if I refresh now? It already got sent. Interesting. Oh, I called dispatch here. I'm dumb. I wasn't supposed to dispatch it. I was supposed to make it, but not dispatch it. So I ended up doing it and said, "Do you want to do it?" And it's like, "Don't tell him I already did it." All right, one more try. Settings. I'm going into my Authy here. Remove that temporary token. Deleted. Exit. Add new account. Scan QR code. All right. Get me the token. 56341. Validate. All right, so disable? No. Should not be disabled, right? And I want to make it red too. Almost 4 hours, yep. I'm trying to fill up that time with these random fixes. I want to make the button red. How am I making other buttons red? Like here. Do I have an example of a big red button? Not really. I guess I can look at those remove buttons. It would be in JS. Yeah. Dangerous? Looks like I already thought ahead. Dangerous. Okay. On disable. Class name equals dangerous. And this window. Nice. It's nice and red. Or dangerous. I shouldn't delete my account also look dangerous. I think so. Maybe not log off though. Okay, what other buttons need confirmations? These are not so dangerous because if you say whoops, you can just hit reset and get it back. Maybe the change profile should be red. Because you would potentially change your username and stuff. Just mark it red. I don't think I need to have a confirmation for that. But maybe just mark it red. Just cause. So that is in profile. Change profile. Interesting. I didn't indent the first line before. So if I like delete, it's like, oh, dangerous. Same thing here, right? I can reset and get it back. Nice. Okay. Oh, there was when you have your account linked. I should probably have a, are you sure for that, right? To unlink it. Get code. So it looks like something else here, right? Right, there's a request on link. So this should be marked dangerous. What's Twitch link? Oh, it just gives it a margin. Button dangerous. And then this ought to do a confirm, right? Yeah. Let me not make the same mistake twice. I don't want to dispatch it. I just want to get the action. And then this will say, are you sure you want to unlink your character from your Twitch account? Once unlinked, you will, your points in chat will not count for this character anymore. Will not count for this character anymore. Unless you link it again. Only one character may be linked to a Twitch account, to one Twitch account at a time. Something like that. That's fine. Any other buttons I want to put? I don't think so. Nothing else here is dangerous. Hmm. I don't know, should the logout button be red? Because then you have to log back in again? I don't know. Oh, I also wanted to make that... I wanted to make that logout button always show there, right? Problem is that it takes up the whole row of vertical real estate, and some of these other dialogues might need that. I wonder if I could just move it to the top right and make it part of this row, have a logout up here. Only problem with that is the GM has a lot of buttons up there. Actually, I wouldn't mind it so much. They'd be in a consistent place in the top right then. And then make it red and put it in the top right. I don't know. Does anybody have an opinion? If I move the logout button to the top and make it red, is anyone gonna mind? Let me check this in the meantime. And I don't need this linked anymore. Disable. Yes. And I don't need the token anymore. That was just for testing. Cool. Upright sounds good. All right. Maybe not a button that is always visible has an extra confirmation. Well, what if it's just a button and you don't need to confirm? Like, it's already a button. I was just thinking it making it red and putting it up here, so it's there no matter what screen you're on. The logout button's in the same place. But it was still like, the worst that happens if you log out is you just log back in again. If you accidentally hit it. It wouldn't be too bad. I checked, no, I didn't finish checking this in. So this is, okay, so this is, minor cleanup to user interface. So, mark some dangerous buttons. Potentially dangerous. It's not dangerous, really. Potentially mark some potentially annoying buttons red and or require confirmation when you press them. And this is shorten text in authenticator configuration buttons. And a handle of vertical overflow in settings panel. Yep. Potentially destructive. It's not that it's destructive, but some of them are just annoying. Like what was the one that was annoying, but not destructive? Removing your Twitch link doesn't really destroy anything. It's just annoying because you'd have to set the link again to get your points to show up right. Same thing with your profile. It's not really destructive. You can just undo everything. Yeah. Hey there, Prof Elements. How are you doing? Did you show me the bug where it remembered you on a separate browser and it booted me into the admin panel? Yeah, so it didn't really log you in as the admin. It thought that you were logging in as the admin, but it since you don't have the private key, it won't actually log in. And the solution I had for that was to hide that mechanism so that you normally wouldn't ever see it. But it destructs the link. Okay, we can say that. I think you guys are right. Destructive. There we go. I amended it. Okay, see ya, Ralrita. Yeah, I'm almost done anyway. Yeah, I'm almost at 4 hours, and actually I'm past 2 p.m. my time. I should probably stop soon anyway, so I can go eat. Yeah, Prof Elements, I guess I can work on that too. That bug, it's not really a bug, it's that this thing is there. That, here I'll show you what you can do by accident. What would I don't need this. I just need something like some file here. Yeah. So if I had like a file and I dragged any kind of like random file onto that, it thinks that you're logging in as the admin. Actually, it didn't do it, did it? Why did that happen? Interesting. That's not what it should have done. That's weird. Okay. Anyway, maybe it's because I'm logged in here. Let me disconnect that one, and then do that. Well, that's weird. Now it's not recreating the same problem. Is it because it's not the right kind of file? There we go. So you can get into this state, and actually, yeah, usually you should get, like, it can't decode the key that you dropped correctly, but then it'll get stuck in this mode where it thinks you're an admin, right? And you can't get out of it. So I was going to hide that admin button to begin with. So the solution right now, it's kind of quirky, but you go to application and you go to the admin key and just clear it and then reload. And then it's unstuck. So I should fix that though. I should basically not show this thing at all. Maybe I make it so that you have to do like /admin, and then someone would have to be like typing that on purpose to see that, right? Yeah. You would have also accepted potentially destructive or annoying. Yeah. Go eat and rest. Has Gold got a use yet? No. I have been working on game mechanics and not game content recently. Cool. Looks like we had a few people create accounts. People have been creating accounts recently in my game, and I've been leaving them masked because their names are not matching people in chat, and I want to avoid, if I unmask players and I don't know who they are, they can start spamming bad words in chat. So I'm considering there's two options. Either you link a character to your Twitch account and then you get automatically unmasked, or maybe you send a DM to me or you say it in the ticket and then I know to trust you. At least until until later when I'm not annoyed by the spammers so much. Just make a super secret page that just logs anyone in as the admin if they guess it. No, you have to have the secret key. It actually decodes the key and then uses it to answer authentication challenges. So it shows the user interface as if you were the admin, but it actually won't really work. Yeah, okay. Let me do that. That actually shouldn't be too hard. That admin button, if I could hide it and only show it if this certain thing is in the, what is it called? The path or whatever? That is in the outside activity, right? Sitting outside activity, I think it's called. Here it is. Yeah, this span here, right? I could just not show it unless some variable is true. So let's make a prop called like show admin button or admin drop, and then only, so let's say admin drop const admin drop equals show admin drop, then yes, otherwise null, and then that replaces that whole span there, and that's the only if it's turned on do we see that. And then I need to get admin drop from something. I forget how I handle paths or whatever they're called. Front end of that part at least. Add an admin : admin GM account. Right now admin is a reserved player name. So is GM. So that's another way I could do it, is you'd have to log in and say admin, and then it would say, okay, give me your private key. But I'd rather just obscure it from users altogether. And anyone watching the stream now would know how to get to that button, but that's okay. It's security through obscurity is stupid anyway. So I just want to obscure it so that it doesn't, people don't accidentally use it like what happened with prof elements. So let's do that. I handle token in a special way, right? For the reset token, where did I do that? At the top level? Here. Right, here's what it was. There was a reflect initial load. Ooh, I remember. It was an async thing? Someone must have helped me write that. How is that called? Oh, interesting. So we could do the same thing, right? We can say if the search string, if the location... No, it should just be search string, right? Like admin equals true or something. Yeah. The player name is, as far as you know, somewhat restricted? Yeah. It's like letters and numbers only, and yeah. If I use SQL, you would still not be able to inject anything into it through the username. So no Robert tables would work. Or little Bobby tables. Yeah, it doesn't accept Unicode or spaces or anything like that. I know A squared. Although I could always go in there and change it to a Unicode character just for you. Yeah, rip little Bobby tables. Exactly. Okay, this is what I had in mind. Else if search admin. So that's 6 characters. Mike! Wow, Mike is rating me. Ah! How are you doing, Mike? Got a split? Okay. See you soon, Mike. Hope you had a good stream. Hey there, Hello 73. I'm actually near the end of my stream, unfortunately, but I'll be here for a few more minutes if you guys have any questions about what I'm doing. What I do these days is I'm working on a multiplayer RPG inspired by the old Ultima games. And let me log in and show you what it looks like. This is in my test environment. So you're this little character. I have a nameplate above me right now, and these are little NPCs that are wandering around. They don't hurt anyone unless you hurt them first. Like that. And then they fight back, and if I let him continue, he would kill me. But right now, the logic is simple. If I walk away, he stops attacking me, and he regains his hit points all by himself. So recently I've been working on the vision and lighting system in the game, so you can't see around this obstacle, but if you go around, you can kind of... Like, this test area is a better explanation of it. So you can walk around obstacles, but you can't see through them. And then you can have other light sources that are distant. So as I walk up here, I can look around this corner. I can see there's a light around the corner there. So I've been working on that this last week, and some other things. It's not completely done yet, so I have problems in the code if these light sources move or if walls get put in front. So working on that these days. Ooh, lighting, yeah. Hey there, Tim. How are you doing? By the way, someone was in here earlier saying they're looking for other dev streamers on Twitch. Tim Bidet here is an awesome dev streamer, and he has his own game engine, so you should check out his stream if you haven't before. What was the bug? Oh, bug in Spotify where they allow Unicode usernames, and together with their Unicode normalization, you could log into as an admin. So yeah, anyway, if you guys have any questions, let me know. You're starting your stream soon? I might end up raiding you then, because I'm leaving soon. I'm doing one more bug fix. The lights made you say something? Yeah. The lights are pretty cool, huh? They're not done yet, though. I'm fixing one more bug, and that is that I wanted to hide that admin button, which it is now, and show it if admin is in the link. So that's what I'm doing right this second. So I don't want to extract a token off, actually. I don't care about... How do I clear the window location, though? I forget how I did that. Have you seen the light? Exactly. Like, if I have ABC here, I had something that clears that off. What was it? Oh, it was when you hit set password, right? From the password reset. Yeah. Is that in... Do I do that in Redux or in React? I'm going to guess it's in the React part. So that would be dialogues. Reset password dialog, and then on submit, right? Oh, here it is. Window history replace state. That's exactly what I want. Right, so we want to just clear off that. And really, I just need to dispatch an action to like enable admin login. Right, and then that will be an action we invent, a really simple one. Define action, enable admin login, which is going to go to the reducer that I was wanting to put that state variable in. Oh, and I didn't even fill it in yet. Oh, did my window get maximized? You can't see the right end of it. How did that happen? How did that happen? And how do I get out of it? That's weird. How do I unmaximize my VS Code? Anybody know the shortcut to unmaximize? F11? Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. I'll give you all points for that. That was freaking me out for a second there. There, you all get points. There we go. I must have hit F11 at some point and just didn't realize it. Okay. Show admin drop was it, right? Show admin drop should be state dot, I guess we'll put it in admin. Or enable admin login, right? To match the action, enable admin login. So I'll put that in the admin reducer, which I have, right? I hope I have an admin reducer. Yes, I do. Here it is. False, and then we'll capture the action here. Case actions enable admin login. Return state, but enable admin login is true. There we go. So if I did that right, and remove that part, if I then add question mark admin, hey, look at that. If I hit refresh, it's gone. Cool. I should probably make sure that that actually works for the admin. So me on off screen do it here. Then I need to get my super secret encryption key. Where is that? Can't show it because that would be just stupid. Actually, I guess I could show it because this is the test environment. What did I name the thing? Oh, it was under test key. Yes. Was it key? Was it this one? Yep, that worked. All right, so it works. Enough said. That works, so I can check that in. So then now it won't show up for people by accident. Using Linux with i3WM, where you can full screen any program anyway. You sure you've seen more? That's what is right up to. Okay. Yeah, I'll try to Alt Enter at first, and it didn't work. I'm like, oh, what's the key? What's the key? Enable admin login. Right. There we go. So hide admin login by default. And that's fine. Okay, I think I have reached the end of my time for the day. I need to go eat something, and I hope everyone else takes care of themselves and is stretching and eating too, and not just sitting like I am for 4 hours, which is not good for posture and all that stuff. Okay. Thank you for all the follows, and I should probably just put this back on to show you something while we're gonna rate someone. So yeah, let me move my character back. There's something really cool I like to show sometimes. The particle system effect. I'm going to actually make these single tile light sources as well. Actually, they already are. Oh my goodness, it actually works. These are projecting light. Oh, there we go. So yeah, I'll leave it on that screen while I raid someone, unless there are any other questions. You want me to raid that guy? Yeah, that guy's a pretty cool guy. Well, you're good, Hilo? All right, well, I haven't eaten in 4 hours. I need to go eat something. I hope you enjoyed today, and while we watch the lava pop out sparks, let me go find someone to raid. I think if Tim is going, I guess we'll raid him. Because the time works out pretty well for that, right? Yeah, why not? I don't see any other things I'd like to do. Yeah, and he just started. Perfect time. He was just in chat saying hi, and we're going to go raid him. Again, Tim Bidet, he is a awesome dev streamer on Twitch, and he has his own game engine, and he's working on racing games. Today looks like it's user interfaces and user experience for a racing game. The schedule below has Saturday filled in. Oops, I'll go fix that. It should be blank for Saturday. I don't know how that happened, but I'm probably not streaming Saturday. I'll be back tomorrow, though. Hopefully it's the panel below is not too screwed up. It should say like 10 a.m. my time, which is Pacific Daylight. I'll thank you, Nui. I will go fix that right now, actually. Let me give you a point for that. All right, I'm hitting the button and getting ready to say bye. Okay, so hope you enjoyed today, and I hope you'll see you again tomorrow. Enjoy Timbo Day stream. Bye.